Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being so patient with us this morning. There's nothing like technology that works up until the minute you need it. So that we're grateful for Dan and all of his hard work. He always gets us going when we need him. So thank you, Dan. Um, Welcome to, well, we'll go on without that, I guess. Welcome to this month's State Board meeting. We're glad that you're here, and those of you that are joining us by Zoom, we're glad that you're joining us also. We're getting ready to start a new school year. There's a lot of excitement from kids. I've got grandkids that can't wait for Monday, and there are kids all across the state that can't wait for Monday. But there are also parents and staff that have some concerns. So as we go into our moment of silence this morning, I want us to think about them and to just surround them with our good thoughts, and if you pray for them, and just think about them getting off to a good start next week. And then as we go into this, that we put our minds around while we're here doing what's best for kids. And so join me this morning in a moment of silence. Thank you. Well, we get to do some recognitions this morning. Arkansas Rising Educators. Good morning. And when everyone comes to the microphone today, we've had one of the issues was with our Zoom cameras. So as you speak, stand right in front of the podium, and then get close to the mic also. And Dan's going to help us out some with that. Oh, okay.
All right. Good morning. I'm Charlie Carlson from Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. And this is Raven Harris, her third week on the job. She is going to take my place as the Ed Rising point person. I'm moving into a new position, and I can't think of a better way to move and to hand the reins over than something like this, to talk about just the successes we've had this year and to honor our rising educators. So the majority of our rising educators that we're honoring today placed at our national competitions at the national conference this year. And it was a virtual conference by Educators Rising. These students also placed at regionals. We had 6 regional events across our state, hosted virtually by our co-ops, our colleges and universities, in a partnership with the Walton Family Foundation and Ed Rising. And so we had really great turnouts. Over 560 students participated, great engagement, and then we sent those students to our national conference. And I believe that this is the first year we've ever sent students to nationals, and we had lots of placements and then first place winnings. So we were very pleased with that. And so Educators Rising, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it is a grow your own program. Trying to get students as early as middle school engaged in the profession, and it goes all the way through collegiate level. So they offer many things, curriculum to support coursework in our pre-educator program, CTE program of study, a student organization, micro-credentialing, scholarships, so all sorts of things Ed Rising offers our students in Arkansas. And at the beginning of the 2021 school year, we had partnered with 5 districts with diverse student populations that struggled with staffing issues, and we implemented the curriculum in those schools. And throughout this year, through a generous donation from the Walton Family Foundation in partnership with Ed Rising, we have over 30 districts that are implementing that curriculum in student organization this school year. So we are excited, and then now let's move on and get to recognize some of our wonderful rising educators. Oh, first I have a few clips just to show you about our regional events. This is just a snapshot from our Region 4 event, and I think Dr. Alexander's not in the room yet, but she is with Great Rivers Co-op, and she in partnership with, she's Arkansas River Co-op, I'm sorry, in partnership with Great Rivers Co-op And UAPB hosted, this is an example of one of our regional events. You can see the agenda there on the side. It was awesome because we had our regional coordinators really were thoughtful about what their students would enjoy. This is a screenshot from an Athletes to Educators panel that we had. And then there's Kieran, and here's Kieran right here. This was him actually participating in that competition at the regional level virtually. So we definitely got to experience that. And then this is just a little snapshot from our national, this is the national competition or conference, and it was virtual again, but we're gonna honor Parker today, and he's on there. He actually got to be a little avatar virtual version of himself at the national conference. So they were very innovative, new things, new times, but we had successes. So first on our list to recognize today is Kieran Mittner, and he can come on up. He's a junior at Watson Chapel High School, and he was a national semifinalist in the Ed Rising Moment competition. That competition provides students opportunities to articulate why they aim to pursue a career in education. So he delivered a speech, and he was one of our national semifinalists. And do we need to take pictures now of Secretary Key and Ms. Newton? Do you care to come down and take a picture with Kieran?
They're getting ready. Kieran, I just wanted to tell you, I loved your YouTube video that you did, as with so many of these, and I just loved your quote where you said, teaching is not a job, it's a lifestyle. And I just love that. It sent chills down. So thank you for your vision.
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys could just exit out that way if you want to feel comfortable. We can take as many pictures. Yes, this is Emily, I believe. Is it- Can you guys introduce yourselves? I'm sorry. Can you introduce yourselves? You're like, wait, no. Yes, yes, it's time.
Yeah, and others who were here with him, y'all come on up. This is fun. So Karen, if you want to just say a few words and tell who you have with you, that'd be great.
Okay, this is my mom, my grandma, my great grandma, my great grandpa. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm lost for words. Thank you so much. I guess I can say a little bit about me, I guess. I'm a junior at Watson Chapel. I decided I wanted to become an educator when in the 8th grade I got a chance to job shadow my former kindergarten teacher, and she helped me realize that I wanted to teach kindergarten. Thank you. Oh, somebody else that came with me, my superintendent from my school and Dr. Alexander, they really helped me too.
And so that's a testament, since Kieran, he felt his love for teaching from shadowing, and that's what Ed Rising allows you to do. Like these courses like this allows you to experience that field experience and uncover that passion for teaching. So that's wonderful. All right, our next, oops, I went backwards. Miss Laverne Bell, she is recent graduate of University of Arkansas at Pulaski Tech. She won 2 first-place awards in the collegiate chapter at the national competition. Impromptu speaking, which is designed to recognize students who demonstrate qualities of poise, self-confidence, and the ability to use effective oral communication skills. They're presented a current education-related topic at the conference, and hers was around student loan forgiveness. And so she won first place at that in that event. And then she also won first place in creative lecture, the collegiate chapter, which is a TED Talk style lecture that you deliver on site. And the topic was barriers to distance learning this year. So we definitely have a skilled speaker with us today, 2 speaking competitions that she's won. So we're happy to have her with us.
I just want to say, I'm so glad to be a part of becoming an educator. I have raised 6 children. My youngest is at Harding University to have graduated from OBU. And I had an opportunity to teach children at an academy when I was in my 20s. I'm now 50. And I'm giving up my job to take a leap of faith to become a teacher because I feel like that's my life's calling. So thank you so very much. This excites me and just motivates me to continue on. Thank you.
All right, so our other attendees are virtual. Aaliyah Lindsay is a recent graduate from Philander Smith. We have Dr. Charity Smith here today, who's the Dean of the Education at Philander, and then Ms. Katina Ray as well, here to accept the award on her behalf. She was supposed to log in virtually. I'm not sure if she is there or not. Okay, awesome. So Aaliyah also won 2 awards. She won our Educators Rising Moment collegiate level first place, which is the same award or competition that Kieran participated in, which is when you are allowed to speak on why you aim to pursue a career in education. And she also won, she won second place, in the impromptu speaking, which is the one, our previous one that I mentioned, which the prompt was around student loan forgiveness. Yeah, I'm sorry, I guess y'all should have listened. Aaliyah, if you can unmute, if you would like to say something, please do.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry I couldn't see you all, but thank you. I'm sorry I could not be there today. I've started doing professional development and training at my school, but I do thank you all just for giving myself and then my peers just the recognition. It's an honor to just be acknowledged, and then it's an honor to just get to see other people my age or my peers who are also striving just to be better educators for students. And I appreciate the acknowledgement. I am going to be teaching first grade this year, so I'm excited. And I definitely do feel like my education and of course this competition definitely impacted me, and I'm going to be ready for it this year, as much ready as possible.
Thank you.
Okay. Congratulations, Ms. Lindsay. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Just on behalf of Philander Smith College, we would like to again say congratulations. We are super proud of you. We'd like to thank our president, Dr. Roderick Smothers, for allowing us to host the conference this year. We'd also like to thank our leader here, Dr. Charity Smith, for all that she has input in making sure that we had a successful conference. So thank you, and again, congratulations.
All right, Aaliyah, we are so very, very proud of you. You know that we believe in excellence at Philander Smith College. Excellence is the result of caring more than others think is wise, risking more than others think is safe, doing more than others think is practical, and expecting more than others think is possible. I have Representative Allen here. Aaliyah helped to shape some legislation over at the Capitol, and he wanted to support you. So come on down. She did some teacher ed legislation, and so we were very proud of her.
I want to say good morning to all you all. Congratulations, Ms. Lindsay. I appreciate you coming to the state capitol to testify on my bill. I had a bill that would eliminate one of the pedagogy tests. You were there, you did an outstanding job, and I felt it was important for me to come and show my support for you today. I want to say congratulations to all the honorees, and I want to sincerely thank the Department of Education for everything that you all are doing in our community to improve education. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, so the rest of our award recipients are virtual today. I believe they are all together. They're joining us from University of Arkansas, Fayetteville. The first awardee we'd like to acknowledge is Allison Tilley. She's a sophomore at U of A, and she won first place in Children's Lit, which is either a team or an individual competition. She did this one individually, and you illustrate and write a children's book. And at first when I heard about this competition, I'm like, well, what does that really have to do with teaching? But they actually have to read the book, present it, and use those pedagogical skills in presenting that book and reading it to students as well. So Allison, are you with us?
Hi, hello everybody. I just wanted to say thank you so much for recognizing all of these amazing rising educators, and I just am so excited to be a part of this program, so thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Allison. And Kira Hart is the next on our list. I don't believe she was able to join us today. She had work she could not miss. She is a junior at University of Arkansas, and she won second place in the Children's Lit K3 collegiate competition. So, and then Rhiannon Ray is joining us from UA Fayetteville. She won the blue ribbon for the interactive bulletin board, where you design that interactive display and then you present an oral presentation talking about how that can be used in a classroom setting. And that can also be a partner competition, but she did that individually. So Rhiannon, are you with us?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for recognizing us today. This program is amazing. I'm so happy to be a part of it, so thank you.
And finally, Parker Evett. When I started this position in August of 2019, he was a freshman at U of A. And I don't know if I'm telling that wrong or if you skipped a grade or something, Parker, because you say you're a senior now. But he wanted to start a chapter at UA Fayetteville. He's like, I was in it in high school. We don't have one. I want to start it. And he literally has built this entire chapter at UA Fayetteville with partnership from his collegiate, his leaders. But he was the front runner. And so he has served in a national position for Ed Rising as an ambassador this year, and I just wanted to acknowledge him for that, and also just because of the amazing work. He can probably tell you how many members they have now. He is just out there. I'm always hearing things, getting all kinds of technology things from him, so he is amazing, and I know he's here with us. So Parker, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting us. I really wish we could be there in person, but next year we would love to come down there and visit with you all, or in the next few months. But yes, our college chapter here at the University of Arkansas has taken off. Well, we now have over 100 members who are future educators, and I really do appreciate all that you have done for us, like with your partnerships and everything. So overall, just thank you so much for inviting us to this event, and we are so thankful for you. Thank you so much.
That's all we have today, and thank y'all for letting us honor these rising educators.
This does my heart good because I think some of you know that my passion is teacher recruitment and retention, and this grow you on our effort, and to see, kids still in high school and to see them in college, and then to see one starting teaching this year in a dream classroom, it just does my heart good to see these young people excited about teaching, and that's what we need. We need that fresh blood. We need those new ideas and excitement and passion in our classroom with our with our students, because we know that's the most important thing that we can give a child is a good quality teacher that's excited about being there. So I'm very thankful for the job that you are doing. Thank you.
Don't leave. Ms. Newton, if I may, before they get out of here, I just want to say, one of the strategies that we've employed on dealing with the teacher pipeline issue that constantly gets asked about is the focus on students at the earliest possible grades, getting them interested. And Charlie has done a great job. I mean, we've got a team that has done a fantastic job of ramping up the support for these programs, and now as she transitions and Raven is coming on, and we're really excited about what Raven brings to our team. We'll be taking it just picking up from there. So I think when you start seeing the numbers increase in the teacher pipeline, it's going to be a lot of that result is going to come from the work that this team has done to promote and to encourage and to grow this program in districts around the state. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you. All right. Well, that was a great way to start the day, wasn't it? That was good. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay. We'll move on then to the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that you would like to discuss or pull on the consent agenda? I just have one thing on the item 2 there, and it's not anything major. I just wanted to offer my congratulations to Mr. Frank Servideo. He has served us faithfully. He's been a source of data and information for many, many years, and in accountability and things that I didn't understand, he could explain, and so I just wanted to congratulate him. I know he may not be listening, but I still wanted to congratulate him on his retirement, and I hope he has a long retirement and enjoys every minute of it. So I just wanted to give him my thanks. Anything else? Okay. If nothing, then I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Also move.
Okay. I have a motion by Dr. Rankin. Need a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion passed. Okay, we'll move on to our action agenda. The first item on our action agenda is a state board hearing for the Ricky Moreau case. Ms. Douglas.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Morrow was pulled by you all last month and pulled for a hearing this month. I am not 100% certain that he has received notice of this hearing. It was not downloaded from our secure server, which is how we typically send that notice. He did accept his sanction, and that's why he was on the consent agenda last month. I do have an investigator here if the board wishes to question the investigator, but the educator is not here.
Okay. Can we proceed with questions and discussions since the educator is not here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have comments? We'll start on this side on this case or questions. Dr. Rankin? Ms. McFettridge? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I believe I pulled this one because I felt that the sanction of a probation was very light based on the information that we received. And so lacking a hearing today, I think I would like to send it back to do an evidentiary hearing because of, information that we have here. My concern is that a probation might not change habits, and we might see that something even worse down the road.
Mr. Sutton?
No, ma'am.
Let's see, I think Ms. Post and Ms. Dean are joining us by Zoom. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, we can't hear you. I'm going to let Ms. Post start while you see if you can fix what you've got there. Okay. Ms. Post?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Is it working? No? Okay. Maybe you can hold up a sign here in a minute.
She wrote a comment that she
Okay, in the
agrees and has
comments.
the same concerns.
Okay, I see now. And in the comments, I agree with Dr. Moore. I had the same concerns. Okay. Then my concerns were in the rationale on this one. It said there was a high level of student impact. And then if you go to our appendix where it does the sanctions, under probation, it says low and moderate level, but then when you go to high level, it moves to suspension because it says moderate to high level. So to me, the sanction did not line up with what it said in the actual information that we received. So I would also be willing to send this one back for an evidentiary hearing also.
I will second that, and I feel that I appreciate when we have mitigating evidence that will show why, this is a less severe penalty than maybe the rubric outlines, and since we don't have any of that here, we have another case in the consent agenda that ended in revocation, and on paper they look the same, and certainly they're not, but I feel that we need to send it to get more information so that this does not occur again.
So do we have a motion about the Ricky Moreau case?
I'm not sure if I'm going to state this right, but I think I want to move to send it to an evidentiary hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, and that will go.
Return to PLSB for an evidentiary hearing.
Okay, I move to return to PLSB for an evidentiary hearing.
Okay. I have a motion by Dr. Moore. Do we have a second? Okay, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. We'll move then on to the Sarah Hudson case.
Educator Hudson was placed on the consent agenda item last month and was removed for a state board hearing. She has received her notice for state board hearing, but is not here today, and has not presented the PLSB any additional information for the state board to review. The investigator is here if the board would like to question them, but Ms. Hudson did not have an evidentiary hearing either.
Okay. All right. We'll start over here this time. Ms. Woods? Mr. Sutton? Dr. Moore?
I do have a few questions for you, Amy. So in this instance, the teacher received a written reprimand, but it says was terminated from their school district position. Is it, when you receive a written reprimand, is that something that if you were to go apply for a new district, that information would be there? Would that be disclosed to the new district, or is that just between the educator?
It would be publicly viewable on the state board website as well on AILS.
Okay.
So it is a requirement for new hires for them to look at those systems.
Okay.
Prior to hiring, but it would not prevent her from getting
Okay,
a job.
but any district would be aware of the situation and would be able to talk with the teacher about what had occurred.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McFetridge?
I didn't see where she was going to receive additional training. Is that in there?
She was ordered to do Children's Challenging Behaviors, a 10-hour online course, as well as Code of Ethics training, provide written reflections on each training detailing how they will impact her interactions with students in the future.
Thank you.
Dr. Rankin? Ms. Dean? I think she's trying to fix her audio problems. Ms. Post?
I don't have questions. Thank you.
Ms. Dean, did you have any questions? Okay, all right. I think I was one of the ones that had thought about pulling this one last week or last month. And there is a case very, very similar on the consent agenda this time that had the same sanction. So I felt better about that we were being consistent. You know, that helped my thought process that we were being consistent and doing the same thing. So I did feel better about this case once I saw the consent agenda this time. So our motion would be to either uphold the sanction of the PLSB board or to send it back for a hearing.
I'll make the motion to uphold the recommendation from PLSB board.
Okay, all right. We have a motion by Mr. Sutton to uphold the sanction. I think right now it is at a written reprimand plus training. And then do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Douglas.
Thank you.
All right, now we have some waiver requests. Who is going to? Dr. Pfeffer, are you handling these? Okay. State Board hearing request for waiver, Jessica Brundage.
Yes, Ivy Pfeffer, Deputy Commissioner. And so in this item, this is a child maltreatment issue. The division was made aware that the educator had a true finding as far as the child maltreatment registry or the central registry. I believe you have this handout that was prepared last month that kind of helps you understand the difference between the decision-making process for these types of issues versus a PLSB or a licensure issue. And So if you have any questions, but the issue before you is asking you to decide whether or not that you would grant a waiver for the educator in order to be licensed and also be employed in a school district.
Okay. Ms. Freno, could you give us some guidance here? If we hear from the educator, do we need to swear someone in? Do we have lengths of time? Can you give us some guidance?
Yes, Ms. Dean, Lori Freno, Department of Education. Witnesses must be sworn in, and the educator, and you can hear from the educator, they may present an opening the educator may present an opening statement or her counsel of 5 minutes, and of course you can always allow additional time if needed. And then there's an additional, the division may present anything that it wishes, and then there's 15 minutes for each side to present any additional evidence that they wish.
Okay, thank you.
And then the board would make a determination.
Okay, all right. Who is here? Okay, would you stand, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you can come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Much of my opening statement is in the letter that I wrote that you already have, so I'll just re-mention the highlights. In 2012, when the charge of neglect occurred, I was in a very dark place. I was married to an abusive man and turned to alcohol as means of escape. I fled Arkansas to Colorado, where through the love and support of family and friends, I gathered the courage to divorce him. I put the children and myself in therapy, and I attended substance abuse counseling sessions and rehab, successfully completing both programs. I made some poor decisions during the time I was drinking, and I swore I would never be that person again. I began a mission to help others, especially children. Once I achieved sobriety, I enrolled myself in school, something I wasn't allowed to do when I was married. I worked as a special education paraprofessional while I worked on my licensing, and I knew I had found my calling. During my student teaching semester, I was hired to take on a class that no other teacher had stayed with due to behavior problems. I was their third teacher in 1 quarter. With patience, consistency, and understanding, I built relationships with these kids that others had not been able to. Things began to change, and I achieved what others had thought was impossible, a class that was no longer breaking out in fistfights or disruptions, but was sitting and learning in a stable and safe environment. This is where I was given my first award. I moved on to another school, which won the Governor's Distinguished Award the first year I was there. I was featured in the newspaper the following year, which I also provided. I went through the training and became a facilitator for the program, raising highly capable kids. Not only have I not done anything to any student at any time, quite the opposite is true. I have an untarnished career in the 3 years I've had my own classroom. I included recommendations and character letters in the packet. Following the death of my ex-husband, I moved myself and my kids back to Arkansas. I filed for reciprocity, and I had been hired for what I thought was my dream job, teaching math and science to 5th grade. I was excited, and so was the school, until I got the notice of the true finding from nearly a decade ago had come up. I couldn't believe that despite all I had overcome, that my past was being thrown in my face and coming back to haunt me. A relative put it best when she said, "I'm in awe at how quick they are to try and ruin someone's life." I lost that job at the school, and I'm now a waitress. I'm not denying or minimizing that my house was a mess or anything I had done, but I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. I'm asking for a waiver to continue my mission and my passion for teaching. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brundage. Is there anyone else here to speak on your behalf? Okay. Does the department have anything?
In these cases, we don't get any information except for just that there is a true finding or not, which is why then the opportunity is for you all to consider the additional issues and determine whether or not you want to grant the waiver.
Okay, all right. We'll see if anyone from the board has questions. Dr. Moore?
I don't have any questions, but I appreciate you coming here today. You have wonderful recommendations from your former principal, and so I hope to vote to allow you to return to the classroom soon. So thank you.
Ms. McPatridge? Okay. Dr. Rankin?
I just want to echo Dr. Moore. I appreciate your courage by coming here today and the fact that I feel like the past 9 years of your life speak to redemption. And I look forward to voting in a minute, hopefully, to allow that waiver.
Yes. Ms. Woods?
I echo their sentiments. I think this is exactly the type of case that we have the power to grant a waiver for. And I did want to just ask you, though, have you been able to apply for name removal from the child maltreatment? And you may need to come up here to talk so that they can capture you. I didn't know if you knew that was an option, so that's why I wanted to ask.
I had started the process, but I couldn't, the state police background check had gotten kicked back. That's why I included the license that I have a federal background check, but.
Okay, but you have started that process. You did know that was an option.
I did know that was an option, yeah. I just didn't think it was gonna work out.
Yeah.
Mr. Sutton?
You know, these true findings with the DHS, I continue to have a problem with the lack of information. I understand that they have their process, et cetera, but the fact that the PLSB board or DESE doesn't have access to any of background on the true finding makes it extremely difficult, particularly when you've got so much distance between, you know, the alleged true finding and where we are today. So, you know, I can only go on what we see before us, and I'm inclined to grant the waiver as well. Anyway, that's my comment.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I had to switch to my phone. I just want to say thank you for coming here today, and I understand the faith that it takes to leave what life you knew and do what was best for you and your children. And I congratulate you on being brave and taking that step of faith. And I'm so happy that your life has taken this turn in such a good direction, and one that's good for you and one for your children. That this person that they get to see is bold and brave and taking chances and doing new things and expanding your life and your horizons. I think it's good for your children to see, and I think it'll be great for your students in your classroom to see as well. So I will be voting for you to receive the waiver, but I just want to encourage you to keep moving forward and keep doing what's best for you and your family, and just watch the horizons expand. You've accomplished so much since you made that decision years ago, and I think that you'll continue to do even greater things. So be encouraged and continue to be great, and go be great and be a great teacher. Look forward to hearing the great testimonies in the future.
Ms. Post?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to say to her that my husband is actually the pastor of a recovery ministry in our church. And it was beautiful to hear your story, because I know that the final step in a recovery process is that you're giving back. And that's what I heard today, is that you have overcome and that you have turned your life around and you're now giving back. Congratulations on the awards. I would also just like to say that the best movies and the best stories have their highs and lows, right? And I'm sure that this is not where you wanted to be today, but it kind of makes for a more interesting story that you'll be able to share someday and talk about how you hit this low, but then you became this great educator. So just as the Arkansas Teacher of the Year, I wanted to say that you are okay, get back in that classroom, make great things happen, and just let this be one chapter in the book.
Yes, very well said. Thank you. I think we're ready for a motion then.
I would love to make a motion.
All right, Ms. Woods.
I move that we grant the waiver.
All right. Motion from Ms. Woods to grant the waiver.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. I think you can hear how proud we are of you, okay? We are just very proud and thankful that you had the strength and help to overcome, and I wish you the best. And please know there are lots of jobs out there right now.
Yeah.
Go find one and get in the classroom, because you're going to be amazing. You're going to be amazing.
Thank you.
All right. Our next hearing is the Amber Kidwell case. Dr. Pfeffer.
Yes, the department received information that the educator had a true finding, and the educator is requesting a waiver, and the educator is represented by an attorney here today.
Okay. All right. Is anyone besides the attorney going to speak?
This is the educator, Amber Kidwell. This is her principal, Dr. Lisa Guerin,
Okay.
who wants to explain to you that if you don't give this waiver, she's not going to have a third grade teacher come Monday morning. She's traveled all the way from North Central Arkansas to address the board today. Now,
Okay.
you've got a packet of
Let me swear them both in real quick. It won't take but a second, I promise.
I
Okay.
get ahead of us.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
You have the department's packet that they put together for you. I want to give to you a copy of that portion of the Arkansas statute 617-410, which sets out the factors that you ought to take into consideration when you're making a decision as to whether or not you feel like it would be appropriate to grant an educator a waiver from the requirement that they would otherwise have their teaching license revoked. And in this case, the disqualifying offense is that there's been a true finding against her for maltreatment. Now, this is Amber Kidwell. She's been an Arkansas educator for 10 years now. She spent 5 years with Alpena, actually employed by Ozark Opportunities, which is a Head Start program. She has spent the last 5 years with the Berryville School District. Now, here's what happened. She's a single parent. 2 years ago, she got into a scuffle in her home with her then 16-year-old son, and he got a little cut on the inside of his lip, okay? Unfortunately, he found it necessary to bring that to the attention of a well-intentioned mandated reporter at school, and DHS got involved. DHS should have never been involved in this case. They should never have made a true finding. Amber made clear to her friend and colleague, Dr. Guerin, exactly what happened. She's known exactly what happened, as has the superintendent. In fact, the last 2 pages of your exhibit packet from the department are a letter from Dr. Guerin and a letter from the superintendent of the Berryfield School District fervently asking you to grant this young lady a waiver from revoking her teaching license because she is on, her name appears on the child maltreatment registry. Now, there is a process by which you can get your name removed. This incident happened back in May of 2019. It was almost 2.5 years ago. But DHS was operating at a glacial pace during the pandemic, and so it was only recently that her matter was actually addressed by them. I'm astonished that the true finding was upheld. Be that as it may, thank goodness the legislature saw fit to give you the authority to grant a waiver from that. And as you can see, the overarching concern and consideration always is this person going to pose a risk to the safety or the health of school children or school personnel? And the answer in this question is a resounding no. Now, Amber has come down here this morning from Berryville because this is her livelihood and it means everything to her, and she wishes to address you. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
I just want to start with letting you know that I wrote this down so I could use our time today effectively. Even though my words are written down and planned ahead, it doesn't take away from the sincerity of them. Everything is truly from my heart. I appreciate all of you here on the board, and I admire you for your dedicating your time and knowledge to education. It is unfortunate that my name got placed on the child maltreatment list. However, I am going to continue to work diligently to get it removed. It was a result of a situation in my home 2 years ago in 2019 with my 16-year-old. Neither of my 2 children were ever removed from my home, and we have healthy relationships with all of them. It didn't have anything to do with my professionalism as an educator. I have been teaching for 10 years. I've loved every minute of every year. I confidently and happily show up, do my job. I go above and beyond and help my coworkers do their jobs and my families at school. I cannot express enough how important it is to me. It's more than a job. It's a relationship. I'm extremely motivated to inspire all children. I can't imagine being anywhere besides in the classroom. I just come to you today in humility, begging for a waiver in order to keep my license so I can continue to be in the school district. When I think about my district losing me 2 days before school starts, it's kind of heart-wrenching. I don't want to be the cause of this burden on the students, families, or my district. I am honest when I say I do not pose as a threat to the health or safety of the school children or personnel. And just please find it in your hearts to grant me the waiver so I can continue to make a difference in children's lives. Thank you for this opportunity and your passion for education.
Thank you so much. Dr. Karen?
Good morning. I've been an educator for 31 years, 22 of which have been in administration. I would not put my reputation online if I didn't truly believe this was the right thing to do. And I would be remiss if I didn't come down here and tell you personally that Amber is absolutely not a threat to our students or our faculty. And as a matter of fact, she's just the opposite. She is an inspiration to us. We love her dearly. Her work is very heartfelt and personal, and she's a successful teacher. I've had her for 5 years. I know her, and I know that what transpired in her home that night has nothing to do with school. It has nothing to do with our children. I have children in the school district. I have grandchildren, and I would gladly have any one of them be in her classroom. But I humbly ask you to consider her waiver.
Thank you, Dr. Aaron. Questions?
All right. We'll start with you, Dr. Rankin.
I just want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Guerin, you coming down and serving as a character a witness for her, and I appreciate your courage that you've come today to ask for this waiver. And just personally will look forward to, in a moment, voting for you to have that waiver.
Thank you. Ms. Bedford?
What grade did you say you were teaching? Third grade. Have you been in third grade these 5 years?
Can you come to the microphone, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I've been in third grade all 5 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Woods?
I just want to commend you as a character witness. That speaks a lot to her. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Mr. Sutton? Ms. Dean? Ms. Post?
I just wanted to express my appreciation to your administrator. I've said before in a meeting that support for a teacher is everything. So thank you for showing up for your teacher today.
There you are, Ms. Dean.
Yes. I just wanted to echo what Ms. Post just said. It looks as if your community and your building level leaders believe in you as an asset to your school and to your students. So your recommendation letters, your letters of character, and the fact that your building leader is there today to speak on your behalf speaks to your value there in the community and for those children. So when the time comes, I will be happy to vote for you to receive a waiver.
Okay. All right. If there's no more discussion, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make that motion for Amber Kidwell to be granted the waiver.
Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Rankin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, seconded by Ms. Dean. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Your third graders are going to be happy to see you Monday morning.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. May we be excused?
You may be excused. Thank you for being here.
I would like to thank Dr. Keith for speaking to us at the PLC meeting yesterday in person. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We have another waiver hearing for Candace Lawson.
Yes, and just like before, we received the information that the educator has a true finding for neglect in the Child Maltreatment Central Registry. And the educator is here and is requesting a waiver.
Okay. Ms. Lawson, come forward. Get you sworn in real quick. And let me look at the sheet. There it is. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me. This has been a long process for me. Back in 2000, I owned a gymnastics and cheerleading gym in North Little Rock. It had been my lifelong goal to have the gymnastics and cheerleading gym since 8th grade. I knew I wanted to be an educator, so I opened my gym in 1998, and in 2000, I had grown my business to about 14 employees. So the day that this occurred, one of my employees, Claudine Stubbs, had her own class going, and you know, with gymnastics, you've got your own kids. I do believe she had about 8 students with her in her class. I was in the back also teaching my own group of kids, and the process was to, when the classes are over, for her to take the kids to the front. We give them to their parents. If their parents are not there, they are usually, what I told them to do is just bring them back, you know, to the back. And then the parents always poked their heads in and said, "Hey, I'm here." Well, one of the students who walked out at the front door went down the street. It was a cul-de-sac, so it was really down to the stop sign, and Dad pulls up and sees the child. I was mortified. I didn't even know that it had occurred until 2 days later when a DHS person showed up. Well, being the owner of the business, I gave my statement. DHS told me that I needed to terminate the employee. I did, but then I didn't get anything else. Nothing was done. Well, in the meantime, I did close my gym down and I moved back home to Texas. I got my Texas teaching license because I knew my lifelong goal was to be an educator. And I was teaching in Texas, science, middle school science. And then I moved to Little Rock in 2007. I moved back. I got a job at Pulaski Academy. I've been there for 15 years. And in 2008, I'd already been working there for a year with several different roles, high school, middle school, coaching, in charge of lots of kids. And my administration called me up the hill and said, hey, did you know you've got this true finding? And I was like, what are you talking about? I had no idea. I had not signed anything. I did not know. But my name was put on there along with Claudine Stubbs because I was the owner of the business. And so in 2008, being a private school, they said this could happen to anybody, so I've been working there for 15 years. Well, in 2008, I did get an attorney, was told that it was going to be handled, and obviously it wasn't. Mm-hmm. So this year, I had a job opportunity at Harmony Grove, and I decided to take it. Well, it's going from private to public school. This comes up again. I didn't know that it was going to be on there again. So I do have an appointment with DHS on August 27th to have my name removed. And I do have a lawyer again. So it's been lots of money. But I have been an educator for 18 years, and it's my way of life. I can't imagine not doing anything else. So I'm asking humbly for a waiver so that I can continue my life work.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I have included my references, so you will see at Pulaski Academy my
Yes, we received
references.
that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Post?
I don't really have any questions. I wanted to clarify something from the last board meeting. Was it true that if they do request to have their name removed, that there wasn't a timeline necessarily on that?
Yes, but I never received anything. I didn't even know that I was on it until 2008 because I never had received anything. And of course, my PA had already hired me, and I was already working in Texas. I got my Texas Live teaching license. And I didn't even know I was on it until DHS sent Pulaski Academy a letter saying that I was true finding. And at that point, I did get a lawyer and was like trying to fight it. Like, how can I be on it and not even know I'm on it?
Ms. Post, I think to your question specifically, the DHS procedures and the timeline there, we are not aware of any timeline. Looking at Amy to confirm. Okay. Yeah, there's no timeline that we're aware of that they have to work through these requests.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dean?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Ms. Woods? Mr. Sutton? Dr. Moore? Ms. McFetridge? Dr. Rankin? Okay. I think then we would be ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to, I forget what the motion's for approve the waiver. I'll make a motion to approve the waiver. You have great recommendations from your prior employment.
We have a motion by Dr. Moore to grant the waiver. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. Congratulations, Harmony Grove.
Thank you so much.
So okay, Mr. Sutton.
I would like to, can I go back to something on the consent agenda that sort of got by me? Is that okay?
I have to ask Ms. Freno.
Wanting just to comment on it?
Yeah, I really just want to make a comment.
Okay. No, I think
all right.
that's fine.
Okay.
my comment is that in the consent agenda were the bond issue requests, second liens, et cetera. And you know, this is sort of in my lane.
Yeah.
I don't want to really gloss over, never, you know, we look at, I don't know how hard some of you guys look at this or not. It's always interesting to me. So just a couple of comments, and I did talk to Mr. Rogers one day this week to get clarification on something, but the brief information that we get is fine. I mean, there's a lot of information that a district submits in its application for bond issues. I know that Ms. McFetters can agree. I mean, if you served on the school board, you'd be inundated with the presentations sometimes by the various financial advisors on bond issues, and some of it is, you know, gets deep into the weeds, and you, if you're not really perhaps in having a finance background, it can kind of blow over you sometimes. But regardless of that, I've looked at these, and I want to point out that in the summation, there's a column there called debt ratio, and we had a second lien bond application last month, and if you recall, I made the comment that in that debt ratio, that particular district had a 40% ratio. And my comment there was that, you know, usually you see ratios there of about half of that. Now, the fact of the matter is that the debt ratio is a metric that, in my opinion, doesn't have a lot of meat behind it. In fact, the definition of a debt ratio is the district's total debt divided by the district's assessed properties. Okay, great. What does that mean? Well, not an awful lot, except to perhaps compare the leverage ratio of district to district in the state. To me, what is more important, and I talked to Mr. Rogers about this, is to add a column on here that gives a debt coverage ratio. And a debt coverage ratio, I get to use my own little acronyms, a DCR based on CFADs. I'm really on a high right now. I hope that somebody at the district has to ask me what that means. But the bottom line is on the debt coverage ratio, it's the amount of mills or the income from the mills over the 25 mills that must be retained for M&O. It's the amount of revenue that those mills provide as a coverage of the annual payments, annual principal and interest payments on all the debt. Now, some districts may have just a one-to-one coverage, but really, to me, a more comforting level would be at least a 1 to 5 or so coverage. By that I mean $400,000 worth of revenue is covering $300,000 worth of annual debt service. So it's a more meaningful figure to me because mills over the 25 are not all debt service. There are other educational needs that needs to go for, but it gives us an idea of the wiggle room of the financial capability or the cash flow available for debt service for districts. I'm only saying this to say that I think that this, you know, issuing bonds are by the district. The board, this board must approve them. And you might say, well, you know, that's the district's obligation, but no, it's not. I mean, the state of Arkansas provides a credit enhancement on all issues, which allows these districts to receive the credit rating that they receive. And they've tweaked that credit enhancement over the years. But because it can be an obligation of the state, that we shouldn't just totally gloss over it, just assume that it's the state's debt or the district's debt. I mean, yes, it's the district's debt, but yes, the state is at risk in its enhancement. So I just want to bring up that, you know, there's over $100 million worth of requests on bond issues here, not counting the second liens. And I just for the record want to say that, you know, we looked at them, I talked to Mr. Rogers. got some friends at Stevens. I've been familiar with bond issue debt financing for a while. And we are looking at it. We'll continue to look at it. And whatever advice I can add or what have you, I'm glad to do so. But that's my comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mr. Sutton. You know, one of the things that we talk about at the department a lot in looking at the status of districts is their excess debt mills, and you touched on that a little bit, and that mills that at one point had been passed by the voters for debt, and then that debt has been paid off, or the bonds have been refinanced in some way, restructured, so that those mills that have been passed for that purpose may have been repurposed. So, you know, and that's where some of that DCR, that coverage could come from. So that, I'll make sure we get with Mr. Rogers and the finance team to see if that's something that is, I'm sure it's easily accessible to us to be able to add that to help y'all get a better picture of what these districts are facing.
That was something I was going to say. The department has always been, anytime that we've asked for extra information on any item, more data, they have always been gone above and beyond to get us what we need. So I feel certain that they will be adding a column in the near future. I bet we'll see that soon. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Mr. Sutton, because we were talking about before the meeting start, each of us have kind of our own area of expertise, and I know that's not mine. And so I'm very thankful that you're on the board with us. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Just remember what they say about the land of the blind. You know, the one-eyed man is king.
All right. Anyone else have something you want to add along those lines? Okay. All right. So we are to the school choice appeals. Who is going to be handling those for us this morning? Lori? Okay. Okay. All right. Ms. Freno. Is everyone doing okay? I always said that if I ever got to sit here, I would make sure I'd ask about breaks. Does anybody need a break? Okay, all right, we're good. All right.
Good morning again, Lori Freno, Arkansas Department of Education. This is the school choice appeal in which a Gordon family appeals the denial of their school choice application. The Gordon's resident district is the Midland School District, and here representing Midland is Superintendent Bruce Bryant. Their non-resident district is Bald Knob, and on Zoom representing the non-resident district is Superintendent Gibson. And Midland's reason for denying this school choice application was twofold. First, because it had reached its 3% cap, and also because Midland noted that it had not received the application until mid-July, when the deadline for receiving applications for school choice is May 1st. Now, this case is kind of different than others that we've had here before, because the board in this case is going to have to make a factual determination from the outset. Before you consider the actual appeal, the question is, I mean, as I said, the law requires that school choice applications, that parents submit them to school districts by May 1st. If they are not submitted by May 1st, they cannot be considered. They're considered late. And that's something that cannot be appealed. Now, Midland said it did not receive the school choice appeal. The Bald Knob School District says that they faxed the school choice appeal to Midland prior to the May 1st deadline. So in this case, your first step is to make the factual determination as to whether or not the Midland School District received the school choice application on or before May 1st. And I recommend at this point we do not go into the entire appeal, because if you determine that Midland did not receive it on or before May 1st, the appeal must be denied. But if you do decide that Midland did receive it, then the school choice appeal can go forward. And so what I would recommend is at this point, the chair would put anyone who's going to be testifying on this point under oath,
Okay.
And then just start with the non-resident district, followed by the resident district and the parent, and just let everyone explain what happened and ask any questions you might have that'll help you to make this factual determination as to whether Midland received that application.
Okay. So all we're discussing at this point is the application and the date of, that the districts received the applications.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So anyone that's going to testify on the application and timeline, would you stand and raise your right hand, please? And if you're doing by Zoom, I guess do the same thing. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay. Do we have someone from the non-resident district going to discuss? And that is Bald Knob. Is there anyone on Zoom from Bald Knob?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My name is Melissa Gibson, and I am the superintendent. We received the application in April, and it was faxed to Midland Schools by Christy Thomason, our bookkeeper who collects those school choice paperwork. When she called Midland, I guess they had some office renovations going on, and so when she was calling to verify their receipt, they told her that they had been in transition in their offices and the fax did not come through. We did not have knowledge of that until we took official action and sent our letter at the beginning of July, which is typical for the districts in our area to do once all school choice paperwork is finalized.
Okay. All right. From the resident district, Midland? Could you identify yourself, please?
Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
Dr. Bruce Bryant. I'm the superintendent at Midland School District. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. We did not receive any notification about this school choice petition until July the 12th, when I received a letter from the superintendent from Bald Knob that notified me that that student had been allowed into her district. So I began to look for paperwork, and I was not in receipt of any of that paperwork. So I corresponded with who I assume is her administrative assistant, Mrs. Soul, and she then emailed me a copy of the application for school choice. I might bring your attention to the copy of the application for school choice. And at the bottom of page 1, there is a notation there that says fax to Midland. It appears that it says some date in April. I can't really see what the date is because it's cut off in the scan. One point that I would argue is that according to the rules, 2.3.02 I think is the rule, this application should have had a date and time stamp from Bald Knob, showing the date and the exact time that it was received. Now, it is noted on the application when it was received, but that's not the standard of the rule. The standard of the rule is that it has a date and time stamp, and we're talking about a mechanical stamp, and that does not appear on the application. So I don't know whether this was backdated, and I'm not making any accusation against anyone in relation to this, but as the superintendent of the resident district, I don't know when this was actually received. I know when I received it, which was on July the 12th via email. To speak to Superintendent Gibson's remark about our transition, we were in transition at the time, moving from one office to another. I really don't know whether our fax was received or not. I would ask her to try to proffer to us some proof or document that it was. When we fax things, we print that facsimile copy that says we faxed something to you, and we have proof of that. I don't know if that's a possibility. So we're simply making that as a point of our argument in relation to this appeal, and we would respect whatever decision you make in regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the parents have something you would like to add?
I'm Meredith. This is Brett. We're Naomi's parents. Sorry, I wasn't going to be nervous, but I'm so nervous in front of you. On the original paperwork that we presented a copy of, you'll see that I put April 21st, which is when I went to Bald Knob and filled it out. And when I gave them the paperwork, I said, is there anything else I need to do? Do I need to call anyone? And they said at this point, they take care of it. So I almost feel like we're being penalized for something that was out of our control at that point. I didn't falsify any documents. I mean, this was the day that I went up there and signed the paperwork, which was before the May 1st deadline.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. We'll see if anyone from the board has questions now. Ms. Woods.
Here's my struggle with this. The rules are really clear that the onus is on the parent. And I know, logistically speaking, a lot of times stuff goes between the districts. Sorry. But my reading of the rule says the parents have to follow up. Not follow up, but make sure that both districts receive it. And I guess my frustration or heartburn over this is, if we're not going to apply the rules in this situation, then what good are the rules? There are just some things that are black and white. We deal with a lot of gray. That is one thing I have come to find in this role. But this is, for me, is kind of black and white. So if the only thing before us is whether or not we should even be hearing it based on the rules, then I would say to you my reading is no. But that's my comment.
All right. Mr. Sutton? Ms. Dean?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Post?
No questions.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, I just want to clarify. So do we have any documentation of the application that received on the 21st of April?
We use a hand stamp. We write the date it's received. So we do not have a stamp with ink, but it could be just as forged as he's implying that it can be when it's handwritten. We received this document on April 21st. And just to speak to Ms. Woods, with all the respect in the world, I just want to say that I am a very black and white person, and I very much believe in rules and policies. In this situation, I would think it would be a shame to hold a child in the whims of that. This family did the right thing. We did the right thing. In the future, we're going to change our processes to ensure that the receiving district receives the document. But we've always been able to work in the best interest of students. And in this case, the best interest of this student is for their parents to be able to choose where the child goes to school.
From that, why didn't Bald Knob, why didn't you all send the letter to Midland until July? If that makes sense, if it was originally submitted in April.
We acted on our school choice papers in June, and our bookkeeper always sends them out at the beginning of July. That's a standard practice. We also received the same type of letters from other districts in July after we sent ours out.
Okay, so that you sent them all out at that time. This was not a unique one.
Yes, ma'am.
In that instance. Okay, so that triggered the resident school district to ask you what was going on.
Yes.
Okay. But we don't have any, I guess on what I'm looking at, the application, there is no date here. Oh, I see it, where the parent signed. Okay, April 21st, 21. Okay. And y'all kept that application on file and then faxed it on the 12th, is that correct?
Yes,
Sorry, I'm
ma'am.
just kind of going through this. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's, can I speak? I think that there was an attempt to fax it. I'm just clarifying. There was perhaps an attempt to fax it on maybe the 29th of April. okay? But we didn't actually receive it via email until July the 12th.
Okay, and
Does
that's
that
why
help
it's, yeah, it
clarify?
says received on July the
Yes.
12th. Yep.
So, and that is the allegation or the claim there. I'm just not sure whether or not it was actually sent or not.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. And one more question for the department. In this, I guess I should know this, but I don't. So when this occurs, a parent goes to the non-resident school district to file the application. Does the law say that the parent also has to go, or is that always both places?
So, before the last revision, and Lori, I think we revised this in 2019, it was to be there was confusion over to whom it was to be filed. We clarified that in the 2019 session so that it was very clear that the non-resident and the resident district, it had to be filed by the parent with both districts.
So the parent,
by the May 1 deadline.
so the parent has to go physically to both districts to do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure about physically.
Is it typical that it's faxed, or what does that kind of look like?
Dr. Moore, I mean, the parent doesn't have to go physically there, but they have to provide a copy by some means to both of the school districts. So
Okay.
that is the parent's responsibility to make sure that both of the districts receive a copy of the school choice application.
Okay. And
It's not as though one district receives it and then another, they forward it on. It's the parent's responsibility to
so
get
it's
it to
not
both.
usually faxed by that school district?
No. I mean, some school districts might, I don't know, but that is not what is contemplated in the law or rules.
Okay.
I think for convenience, we have seen instances where one school district or the other would just, again, for convenience, fax it to the other district, which is helpful. But there are other methods of delivering it, either in person, mail. Lori, I think, is an U.S. mail. I mean, I think whatever mode of conveyance that they choose to make sure that it gets there.
That is correct. It does not have to be hand delivered at all.
Okay. And where does it say on the application that you as a parent need to send it to both?
I don't know if it's on the application, but it is in the law and in the rules.
I guess I'm kind of just thinking, as a parent, where would I go to learn this information? Is it I'm going to the Department of Ed's website and it's telling me I need to send both?
Yes, the Department of Ed website, we have a school choice page on our website with FAQs and also with a copy of the rules.
Okay.
And a copy of the application as well.
Okay.
You can come forward.
I guess just to speak on that, like, when I went to the school district, that's what I was trying to find out. I mean, I had the paperwork, but it doesn't say on that. Now I need to go over to the other school and give it to them, which is why I kept reiterating, what else do I need to do? When am I going to hear about that? And she said, as soon as we fax it, we should be good to go. And so I left that day thinking, I've done everything I needed.
Any other questions, Dr. Moore?
No, but I'll make a comment. I am looking at the application, and I do think that maybe potentially we need to talk about how we can make it more clear, because just someone that knows a little more about this, I'm still a little bit confused, but I see on the application where it says it must be sent to the resident and non-resident school district. But I could see how, and I feel like we've had a similar instance like this before where something has happened. So that's all my questions now.
I do think they have clarified it legally, correct, Commissioner, for this coming year? Or are you talking about making it clear on the application?
On the application.
All that, yeah.
Parental information.
Well, and I'm checking. I know applications, one of the challenges we have is that old versions of applications float around for a long time. So, I mean, I can't speak to whether we can find out really quickly if the current version is clear, but if it's not, certainly that's something we need to address.
Ms. Farina?
And I just think, just to kind of show the whole context, also we get many, 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 many school choice calls. And we guide people to our website all the time. I mean, there's lots of guidance we provide to families who are interested in school choice.
Yes. Ms. McFettridge?
I tend to side with the parents in that Bald Knob did tell her that she had done everything she needed to do. So I think there was definitely some confusion on the parents' side. And sometimes when we do paperwork, it is confusing, and we don't always have experience doing paperwork or asking for requests. But I would tend to think if I asked the question and somebody had told me I've done everything I need to do, I would put it out of my mind and go on with my day. So I had to comment. Thank you.
Dr. Rankin?
I will just say that to me, sending a fax and not having some type of verification for that is very risky for something this substantial. I mean, this is impacting the lives of these families, the lives of the resident district, the non-resident district. I would just be curious to hear from Ms. Gibson. You mentioned you are going to consider changing your policies. What does that look like for you in the future? Because this is concerning that a fax just got sent out and there wasn't a phone call, a verification email, some type of verification proof that that fax was indeed received by the other side when you did have parents waiting for that answer and needing that.
Well, so we always try to be customer service oriented with our parents. And so we have always taken that step and faxed those documents ourselves. But in the future, we will advise them to deliver a hand copy in addition to our typical practice, which is to fax the applications. It's also how we receive those from other districts. I would say that we could send them via email, but with a red receipt, but you know that someone can decline a red receipt. So the only other step would be a certified copy being sent. I do know that Ms. Christy Thomason has verified what the parent said, that she did advise the parent, because she advises every parent that we take the applications in and we fax them. This is the only application of many that was not received and that we have run into an issue with this year or in the last 5 years that I've served as superintendent.
Go ahead.
I just confirmed that the form that is currently on the website does say that it must be sent to both districts, resident and non-resident. And again, that's not really placing a fault on anyone. As I said, there are old versions of our forms that live forever in some cases out there with people who've made copies or have taken screenshots or PDFs, but just so you know that it is current.
Yes, I think it looks to me like the one that they used is not the most current application.
That's right.
Okay.
And we have
a question.
A new form.
Say that again, Ms. Gibson.
I apologize. I'm not sure when I'm supposed to speak. We have printed off the new form to avoid this issue in the future.
Thank you.
And to ask the department a question further, when a parent does this, when they submit the application, I mean, to some extent it's first come, first serve, because you're placed on a list in order of application received. Is the list for an entering non-resident school district accepting students, is that list based on when that non-resident district receives the application? Or when the resident district receives the application?
In the case of the 3%, it would be the resident district, because they are the district, the losing district, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
And so the order in which they're received would be important to the the resident district in
Okay.
that case.
Because I think I recall instances where the non-resident district faxed everyone too late to the resident district. Yes, I guess from this, it needs to be made very clear that the parent needs to, as soon as possible, submit it with both, because both matter for
Both
timing
matter.
purposes.
And in the purpose of capacity, which this is not capacity, but we'll have another one that is, it would be important to the non-resident
Mhm.
district as far as, the timing of when they were received.
This is not the time for this conversation, but have we ever thought about a digital portal where it just all goes, or we want to leave this to the local districts?
I don't know that we have considered a digital portal for this.
Okay.
I have a question for the resident district. Did y'all receive other faxes from other schools at this point? Since I know the ultimate argument is you're at 3% capacity.
Correct.
Have y'all received other faxes?
But we receive these applications in a variety of ways. By fax, by email, by first class mail, by hand delivery. So we receive them in a variety of ways.
As I read the rules here, it talks about sending it postmarked. Obviously the rule's intended for a physical piece of paper to be postmarked to the non-resident district, but I know times evolve. Legal still uses fax, one of the only industries to do that, so I get it. But I was just kind of curious, since the issue is, did it get faxed or did it not? Did you receive fax receipts from other places during this time frame?
And we did.
Okay.
And when we're on the other side of this, we tend to follow up with the other district to make sure that they are in receipt of whatever we send to them. Our practice is to scan and email. We scan the document, email it directly to the superintendent or to whoever that identified person is, and then we ask them to reply back to that. That's one method that we use as our protocol. Yeah, when we're on the other side of this issue.
I had a question for Ms. Gibson. It's been a while since I sent a fax, but I seem like I remember when you send a fax, it spits out something that has a date and a time stamp on it. Do you have any kind of documentation like that?
No, that is not something that we've done in the past. We haven't kept it. We've always written the date and when it was sent on the actual application. So again, that's a fault in our process. And just, in response to Midland, we never received phone calls or emails from them for verification on school choice.
Okay. All right, so you don't have any documentation?
I'm not sure we've been on the other side of this.
You'll have to come to the microphone. I'm sorry.
I don't want to be argumentative. I'm not sure that we've been on the other side of this coin with Bald Knob. Maybe with one student, I'm not sure. But usually we're not on the other side of this coin with them. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, so we are only considering the timeline right now, and Ms. Freno gave me some help as far as what an appropriate motion would be, so I'm going to let you know those now. One motion could be, I move that the appeal be dismissed and the Midland School District did not receive the school choice application by May 1. The other one is, I move that we consider the appeal because the Midland School District did receive the school choice application by May 1. So those are your two motions that would be appropriate. Do you want more discussion?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a third option?
No, that's the only two she gave me, so I...
Let me say, I think because, as she explained, you have to find the fact. The fact can only be they did receive it or they didn't receive it. And I think that's why Ms. Freno's motion was, or the options that Ms. Newton lined out were presented by Ms. Freno.
Yes, in the beginning she said we had to make a determination of fact. And Ms. Witts, you'll help me with that, make sure I'm saying this correctly.
No, I was just going to offer.
Okay.
Because I know we get caught up. One of my very first lawyers that I worked for, he told me this, and it has been a very good piece of advice. He goes, facts don't care about your feelings. And we get very caught up in our feelings and emotions and what should be right. And I just wanted to, it's hard because there's real people on the other side of this. So if our question is, did they receive it or did they not, that is a fact, and it doesn't matter how we feel about the situation. So I guess if that's it, I'll make the hard call and I'll motion that we do not proceed. How should I say that? It's the one?
The appeal be dismissed.
That the appeal be dismissed.
May I ask a question? And we are further, we are talking, did they receive it? They is both resident and non-resident school district.
No, only the Midland.
Oh, so we only care about
Midland.
Why do we only care about Midland? I mean, why is it only Midland?
Because the rules require both of them to receive a copy by May 1.
Okay.
And if that's the fact, then I would say that we dismiss the appeal.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Woods that the appeal be dismissed because the Midland School District did not receive the school choice application by May 1. Do we have a second?
Can we do further discussion? Okay.
I think we have to wait. We have to have a
okay,
second.
never mind.
Do we have a second? Okay, so now we can continue the conversation, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, the motion died because, for a lack of a second. Thank you.
My comment, Ms. Newton, is that you can perhaps prove that it was sent, but I don't think you can prove that it was received. And that's what made it difficult on those two options. Because it was, if you chose, whichever option you chose, you were saying somebody was not telling the truth. You can send it, and it may have been, it may have landed there, and somebody may have picked it up with some other papers, and they were shredded, and so that's the
We have
difficulty
no
I
proof.
have. I don't think anybody would have had an ulterior motive to do that. Mistakes happen, and I think somebody else has already said, you know, this is a technicality here that unfortunately could affect, you know, what this family is looking to do. So that's where I'm wrestling about whether or not it truly is a black and white or white situation.
I will add.
No, you go ahead.
Well, you're the attorney here. I do want to ask either the parents or the resident school district, non-resident school district. From my understanding, this student has already attended Bald Knob, which is now the non-resident school district. Has that district have you looked at doing a board-to-board transfer? That would be another way to transfer a student.
The legal transfer?
Yes.
Are we allowed to get into that?
I don't think so. I think we're
I-
gonna have to stay.
I
with
just,
the-
I'm not changing my, well, okay, so we could talk about that after.
If we decide to hear the appeal, then I think we get into the transfer situation
Okay.
on the merits.
Yeah, I think we have to stick with.
We have to stick with. this
Yeah,
is
stick
the
with
date.
that.
Okay.
Either the appeal is going to be considered or the appeal is going to be dismissed. And the reason would be either Midland did receive the school choice application by May 1 or Midland did not receive the school choice application by May 1. And that's the only thing that we
And that is the only thing.
that we
is
can
on the
consider
list.
right now. Yes.
Okay.
I do
Then
have
they did
a
it.
question regarding the sending of the fax. I see where the parent signed the application on April 21st. What is the date that you're saying, Ms. Gibson, that you actually faxed it over? What is that date?
We sent it on the 21st.
Because it'll have a time. I'll write a time down.
I'm sorry, that's Miss Christy Thomason. It has the date and time. I can't get my fingers on a copy, and I apologize. I didn't realize I would be answering this many questions just because of my lack of experience. But we send it the day that it's received.
Okay, and that date, just so y'all know, on our scanned copy of it is a little cut off. So that's why I asked.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
I do have a question for Midland.
Okay.
Ms. Gibson, they said that at the time that they faxed it, you all were going through transition there at the office. You verified that, which means there probably was a lot of moving, a lot of shuffling, to Mr. Sutton's point. Is there a possibility that you received it, but perhaps it may have been misplaced during the office transition?
Mrs. Dean, I'm not sure that I could confirm or deny that. I think it would be much more likely, however, that it failed to transmit electronically, that our machine was actually out of commission. Our copy machine may have been in the process of being moved during this time period. And so the fax transmission would have actually failed during this time period. Rather than it was printed and lost or shredded or misplaced, it was more likely that it did not complete its transmission. Can I address Dr. Rankin's question? Even though that appears to be cut off, would we agree that that does not look like a 421 that follows that, but perhaps a 428 or 29? I'm just pulling that out. That I agree that it's cut off, and I'm not sure I'm assuming that Bald Knob is in possession of the original document. But this is all I've ever received was the document that's been cut off. And it appears to be 428 or 29 that it was faxed. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson, do y'all still have the original?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't have it in my hands at that moment. It was on 429.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Go ahead.
Yeah, just for the boards, to make sure we understand, you can ask him all the questions you want to know. Dr. Bryant would be willing to answer whatever question. Just a reminder, though, that the burden of proof is on the appealing party. So, you know, as you're asking those questions, I just want to make sure we keep that in mind.
Right. Okay, so we may have to get Dan involved in this, but when you send a fax and it doesn't go through, do you get some sort of notification that it didn't go through?
Yes, ma'am. It's a transmission.
Microphone, Dan.
Man, do I need to swear him
I
in?
know that he's coming, but I can tell you, having done a ton of faxes before, you do get a printout that basically says transmission error and that you need to resend. And it comes across your fax screen, and it also get a paper printout.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm messing with Dan because
I wanted to get into this microphone.
Because he does that to us. But
Yeah,
I would just say
definitely
too that I think it depends on your fax machine settings.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know that it's going to be automatic, and I don't think we need to assume one way or the other of how somebody's got their fax machine set up.
And this wouldn't, I never thought we would have a discussion of fax machines.
Nor did
I was about to say,
Madam Chair.
2021, why are we talking about faxes?
Okay, so Ms. Dean, you had a comment or question?
No, I was just saying what Ms. Woods said was helpful, and what Mr. Key, Commissioner Key said, because I have not done faxes in so long, so I wasn't really clear on transmission and things of that sort.
Okay.
I will say it makes me feel better to know that the legal system is not the only one that still uses fax machines.
All right. So we'll go back to our beginning, and this is a finding of fact, okay? And it says, I move the appeal be dismissed, or that we consider the appeal, and in both cases, it's whether or not the school choice application was received by the Midland School District.
I have one more question, and
All
Ms.
right.
Farino, it's you. Is the burden of proof here preponderance of the evidence? Is it 51% or?
Yes, in administrative procedure actions, it would be the preponderance of the evidence.
Talking 51-49.
Yes, yes. And as the secretary pointed out, the burden of proof on this factual question is on the parent, because the law does require the parent to submit to both districts.
So 51%, did they or did they not? Is that really our question? And that's so hard.
Did they or did not they not receive the school choice application by May 1st?
Yeah, so did Midland receive it? If we're going strictly by the rule from the parent, and I understand that the parent was told something and she relied on that information, but that's where we're at. Did they receive it or did they not?
Okay, so we are ready for a motion
I'm going to make a motion that we hear the appeal.
based on,
Based on. No, I think based on lack of evidence that it was in fact received by Midland.
So that means that we shouldn't hear it.
Because of the lack of evidence.
yeah.
If Midland didn't receive it, we can't hear the appeal.
A lack of evidence that they did not,
Okay.
is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second by Ms. McFetridge. Do we need to do a roll call? Okay. Can we discuss now?
Yeah, can we discuss?
Yes, we can discuss. Okay, Dr. Moore.
In discussion, Madam Chair, can you restate the motion?
Trying to trick me?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm just trying to get it.
I'll make the
correctly.
motion that we hear the appeal. Yeah, that we, yes, hear the appeal of the denial.
Based on,
Would I have to put a based on?
we have to have a finding of fact, I think, with this one, because this was.
Well, and let me, Ms. Sutton, and for the benefit of the board, I mean, that is the recommendation by your council in this case of making sure that we follow this right and that there is a finding of fact. So I think, Mr. Sutton, to your point, I mean, and to Ms. Woods, you have to find one way or the other. I mean, that's the recommendation that we have from council, and would strongly urge that, just so that we're following the legal proceedings correctly, administrative proceedings correctly, that somehow your motion would have to address that issue.
Well, within those constraints, I would have to say, based on the fact of a lack of proof of receipt by Midland. That's a fact. A lack of proof of, did I say that right? Lack of proof of, that it was received, that the fax was received by the resident district.
Then that would be the opposite of what you want.
Right.
So, can I help you out? It's funny, we talked about, you're banking and I'm legal, so let me lay this out. The issue, I'm sorry, that was probably not. The issue that we have is, did Midland receive it? That's the fact, that's the question. So yes or no is kind of on our timeline. So in the yes category, what evidence do we have that they received it? None, because we have testimony that they had not received it.
Right.
We don't have any proof that they received it in the form of like a fax transmission or an email or anything else or a phone call. We have no records of that. Did Midland receive it? No. We have testimony that they did not receive it, and we don't have any proof that they received it. Based on that outcome, our rules, our law tell us that we are not permitted to hear this appeal. That's the finding of fact. Yes or no? Did they receive it or did they not? I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying that's the rule.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
It's unfortunate, but I have to agree with Ms. Woods. If we're going to abide by the rules and the law, it states very clearly, and unfortunately our hands are bound by that. I think it is an opportunity to learn how to follow up better, and to make sure that due diligence is done. But it's unfortunate that because the burden of proof is on the parent, and unfortunately she does not have proof to show that it was received. Midland has testified that they did not receive it. I don't see where we have a choice in this matter. And I'd have to agree with Ms. Woods on the findings. That is how we have to do it according to the rules and the law. The findings show that they have not provided the burden of proof to show that both of the districts received the application. I do have a question though.
Okay.
I know previously, even if I guess it's the question, even if the application was received later, is there a way for this family to be put on the waiting list for next year?
No, I think the law says May 1. We've had some come before that
Okay.
were after May 1, and we did not even address them at all because the law specifically says May 1st. Ms. Freno, is that correct?
Yes, Ms. Newton, that's correct. Of course, the child could apply in the next cycle for the 22-23 school year.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thank you. I just want clarification on that. It is unfortunate, and it hurts my heart, because this is why it's so important for us to be, and mistakes happen. I mean, it's part of human nature, but sometimes there are consequences because of mistakes and lack of knowledge. I'll just say it that way. But I'd have to agree with Ms. Woods on this situation and with legal.
So I'm not sure what we do here. We had kind of sort of a motion in a second, but I'm not sure we ever got a clear motion through. So Ms. Freno?
Well, there is a motion on the floor and a second. So, I mean, Mr. Sutton and whoever seconded it, Ms. McFetrich could withdraw the motion.
Okay.
That is one option. Or you all could just, if you choose, go forward and vote on that motion.
Okay. All right.
I'm not going to withdraw. I will not withdraw the motion.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So the rules state that the student's parent shall submit an application to the non-resident district with a copy to the resident district on the form postmarked no later than May 1st of the year in which the student seeks to begin the fall semester. So we have proof that the application was provided to the non-resident school district before May 1.
Correct. We do.
We don't have proof of a copy going before May 1. And right. There is no, and you're saying there's no waiver around the copy.
No, what the law reads, and I believe it's the exact same as the rule, is that the student's parent shall submit an application to the non-resident district with a copy to the student's resident district. That's all referring to the parent. So when they say a copy, I mean, perhaps that's just an artful legislative drafting. It's just one, I mean, it's clearly what the General Assembly intended with that one was a copy to the non-resident, a document to the non-resident district, a document to the resident district.
But in my head, a copy is that district Xeroxes the application. But what the intent is the parent has to fill out 2 applications and mail them both in or take them both in.
They don't have to fill out 2. They don't have to fill out 2 by hand.
Or they just might make their own
They could make a
Xerox copy. Yeah.
They could write one up, make a copy, deliver the original to one and a copy to the other, deliver a copy to either. They can email them both.
Okay.
It's just a matter of, it's the notice component. I mean, that's what it all comes down to, is both the resident district has to know, and the resident district and non-resident district, they have to receive it so that both of them know this application is out there and has been filed by the parent.
Okay, I just wanted to review that in the event that maybe there was some leeway, but as you were the attorney here.
Yes.
Stay
here.
Okay.
I guess the issue I'm going back to is the parent had an old application, and on that application it says must be submitted to the non-resident district. It doesn't say send it to both.
That's correct, Ms. McFetrich, but the law and the rules both provide that it has to be sent to both. I mean, if you look, as the Secretary pointed out on our website, we have the current application that reads both the resident and non-resident. The fact that the parent somehow got a hold of an old one, you know, perhaps from the school district, you know, that doesn't change the law and that doesn't change the rules. I understand your concern that it might have misled the parent, but I mean, you know, and I don't want to use the term, I'm not going to even use the I word, but you know, you got to know what the law is. I mean, it's ignorance of the law is no excuse, but it's true. The law is the law, and it's the law. It's in our rules. It's on our website. We have a well-developed school choice website. We provide, you know, information to parents. I mean, several times a day on school choice. So,
Ms. Freno, is the 3% cap law?
The 3% cap is law. Yes, it is.
Well, we've gone around that several times.
But that is because there are two things that can be appealed from. One is the 3% cap and one is capacity. Those are the only two things that you can go around as your term. This is a hard deadline, and the reason is because, I mean, all school districts need to know what's going on. They need to get those applications. You know, it's unfair to the school districts. I mean, they need to know what's going on by May 1st so they can start making their determinations. And that's what we've always done, and that's always been our interpretation and practice. And in the last session, we actually incorporated that into law, just to make absolutely clear that that has been this board's interpretation for years.
Well, let me ask you this. If a parent filled out an application and went to the non-resident district, and the non-resident district sent fax, email, scan, whatever, to the resident district, have they complied? Because they didn't do it. I think I heard you say it's incumbent upon the parent to do it. If the non-resident did it, they didn't do it, did they comply?
Technically, if you want to get way down into the weeds.
Well, we're playing technicality right now.
Okay, so if you want to get way down in the weeds, no. I mean, it says parent. It says parent in here, that the parent has to do it.
Yeah.
But because the school district, and trust me, there was discussion about this, because the school district told them that they would do it, that could be considered like a tacit filing of the document by the parent, a tacit approval. But I think the thing to recognize is, as Ms. Woods points out, there's no proof that it ever got there. And it's the parent's responsibility in the end to file it with both. So perhaps it was the parent, the parent should have checked to make sure that it got there. You know, the school district, you know, Bald Knob, maybe they should have checked, but in law, it's the parent's responsibility to make sure that it gets to both places.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think one of the heartburn that I know that we have with this is there is no waiver option for the deadline. They either got it or they didn't, period. We don't get to decide, well, they didn't, but there is no but, correct?
That is correct. And it normally, if we get, like, I got a couple school choice applications, copies last week. You know, we don't even bring these to the board. We don't bring the appeals to the board if that May 1st deadline is not met. The reason this one is before you is because there was this issue of fact, and you know, we wanted to be cautious and allow this board to make the determination on the issue of fact. We did not feel it'd be appropriate for us to make it ourselves.
I guess though it is getting into, does the law does not, the parent submitted an application to the non-resident and the resident district based on the words of the districts.
Right.
The law does not state that they have to have the proof of it, does it? I mean, if we're really going in the weeds here, the law states they have to submit the application to both districts, and on their word, they submitted an application to both districts.
I think the law presupposes that it's the completion of the act. Otherwise, both districts, without receiving it, both districts can't proceed with the next steps of the law. So in this case, Midland, having not received it, they could not then put that student in the order to determine the 3%. I mean, there are things that happen after that it has to, the completion of the submission has to include the receipt by the district. And that's how I would interpret it, and ask Lori if that's...
Oh, I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay.
I mean, the law doesn't say...
And I guess I'm thinking the proof of the burden on the parents. The parents say they have proof that they submitted a copy to both.
The parents...
They don't have evidence.
The proof, I mean, you have to decide what the proof is, but the proof is that the school district, it sounds to me like the school district said, Bald Knob, we will fax a copy to the other district. So the parents perhaps relied upon that statement, but the parents, I think they told you they don't have proof that a copy of that ever went to Midland.
Right.
And I will stand corrected if the Gibson or if the parents want to.
No, but the vote we're taking is, did they receive the application, not was it sent?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
It is whether the Midland School District received it, because both school districts have to receive it. And there's no question that Bald Knob received it. That's not even, they received it. The question is, did Midland receive it?
I know, and we're getting very technical, and I'm not a lawyer, but that law says they have to submit it. So can we vote that they submitted it without voting that they received it? And I think at the end, if we need to vote, this can be settled in other matters. And
Again, I'm going to go back to what I said. The submission process has to include
the receival
both
of
ends.
it.
Otherwise, you can't follow through the next steps of the law.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I just offer to you that we have to have proof of submission. And we don't.
And we have proof of submission to one district, but not to the other.
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Rankin?
I have a question for Meredith Gordon. Where did you get this out-of-date application?
From Bald Knob.
From Bald Knob. So Bald Knob had an out-of-date application.
Yes. As soon as I knew we were going to be leaving the district, I went up there that day, asked for the paperwork, sat in the office, filled it out, gave it back.
And you were there on the 21st. They say they faxed it on the 29th. We don't have any confirmation of that except a handwritten note. And I went back and looked. May the 1st is a Saturday this year, so they were cutting it very, very close, getting it to Midland. So I certainly hear the frustration for Midland. And I do think I still tend to come down to, I want a parent to have the choice to send their child where they want to send them to school. Very frustrated that so many of these mistakes were made in a row that have complicated this. And I do feel very strongly that in the future, we clarify whatever language we need to, however and whenever we can, to be sure that if that burden is on the parent, that the parent really does understand that. No one can, don't take anyone's word for it. If you need to get in your car and go somewhere, go, because I sure hope we never see this technicality in front of this board again.
Can I say something? I don't know if this is even the time to say it, but we also did the legal transfer, so I'm not sure if this could be an appeal for a legal transfer. I don't know how that works, so.
Well, we can only consider the time issue right now. Okay. All right.
Just for the information for the board, our official way of communicating to school districts updates to the law and to make sure everyone is on, has the information they need, is through our commissioner's memo system. And we issued a commissioner's memo on January 6th of this year, commissioner's memo COM 21-064, that included the correct form, included the frequently asked questions. So that is part of our, and the rules, the final rules governing school choice. So that is our official mechanism to make sure the information gets out to all the school districts in the state.
Ms. Woods, did you have another comment?
I was just going to go back to Dr. Rankin. I know we want to hear the merits of it and decide the merits of the 3% cap. And I'll just reiterate again, unfortunately, we are the jury in this system. And we just have to decide the fact, whether we like it or not. And the fact is, did they receive it or did they not? That's the only question. And then if we say that yes, they did, based on their proof, then we can decide whether or not they should be able to school choice.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Well, I was just going to say that I understand that Midland does not have proof, but when we write on those applications, that is our proof that we fax it, and we're going to have a different process. But in this situation, from Bald Knob's perspective, we do have proof, and it was faxed on the 29th as written on the bottom of the application, faxed and signed, unless, of course, we're calling our employee a liar, which is not the case.
May I ask you all a question? Do you have other applications that were sent to Midland on that day?
Ms. Thomason says she doesn't believe so. She thinks that's the only one for Midland.
Okay, well, were there other applications sent to other school districts?
She would have to check her records, but we send every application via fax, and we have not run into this problem with anyone else.
Okay.
She doesn't, she's looking at some of the other applications now to see if they were on the 29th, but that is how we send them to other districts.
Okay, I think we have a motion on the floor, and I'm not sure what the motion was, so could you,
Mr. Sutton moved to hear the appeal based on lack of proof that the fax was received by Midland, seconded by Ms. McFettridge.
okay. So we have heard the motion that we hear the appeal based on lack of proof that Midland received the fax. Okay. Can she do?
She can withdraw her second.
Okay, we've got a withdrawal of the second. So does anyone want to second that?
Well, oh, we can't discuss.
No, can't discuss. So it looks like that motion fails for lack of a second. So now we need another motion.
Can we repeat what Lori, can you repeat what you all deemed that we should be voting on today?
Yes, the question at the center of your factual inquiry is whether Midland received the application, the school choice application. So the two motions that we proposed to get to that factual finding is, where did it go? Give me 1 second. I had it all nice and highlighted. Oh, here we go. I move that the appeal be dismissed because the Midland School District did not receive the school choice application by the May 1st deadline. And the second is, I move that we consider the appeal because the Midland School District did receive the school choice application by the May 1st deadline. And while I'm up here, I didn't want to get up and say this, but I heard the word lie used. No one here is saying anybody is lying. I
Right.
think that's really important to understand.
Can the motion be that the parents submitted an application both to the resident and to both districts, postmarked by May 1st? That does not get us anywhere, though. It is all about the receipt of it, not the sending of it.
Yes, it is the receipt of the application by the May 1st deadline. That's what's critical. In the end, Midland received it, but only in July, only long after it should have received it. And it was only because I believe the superintendent testified, he got a notification from Bald Knob that they had accepted the student.
Okay, and I'm not arguing with you, but I'm
No,
meaning,
no.
I can't even say the word, but it was postmarked by May 1st, right, correct? For one district. The receipt doesn't have a date. It just says both the resident and non-resident shall, upon receipt, place a date and time.
Well,
So-
let me, sorry.
All
Ms.
I was
Woods.
going to say is, if you're trying to figure out what was the intent of the legislature when this was
Right.
written, you can only look at what else is in the document, and considering they gave a line to say it has to be postmarked, that would indicate that the receipt is the important part.
Okay, and this has never been litigated, is that correct? There's never been any litigation around this issue
No.
or any legal rulings
Not,
further
I mean,
than what's
around
in
the
the law?
specific issue?
Around the date issue? Okay.
No, and my only statement was going to be, postmarked is a widely accepted legal,
Term that
we
means
accept that.
received. Okay.
But that means clearly postmarked by U.S. Postal Service. We can't equate that to even a fax. It doesn't have the same weight as a fax confirmation. That is a very specific term that's used, not just here, but in a number of places throughout the statute.
So then that's suggesting that you have to have it mailed in?
That is an option that the postmark becomes the acceptable proof.
Okay.
Any other delivery that does not, that goes away. The issue of postmark goes away.
Okay.
Okay, we have a comment from Ms. Gibson that says, we sent 2 other applications via fax on 4/29, both were received. Ms. Gibson, where did you send those 2 fax to?
Bradford School District.
Okay, so two faxes, 2 applications were sent on 4/29 to Bradford, and both were marked received. Okay. All right. We're still waiting for a motion on this issue.
If no motion is made at all, does the issue die?
Well, I won't make a motion.
Okay.
Yes, I have been communicating with our parliamentarian, and we both agree that, yes, it would fail for lack of action. Or the appeal, if there is no motion in the end, the appeal is going to fail for a lack of action.
Mr. Sutton?
I'm gonna make a motion that we hear the appeal based on the fact that Midland received, may not know it, but they received the application via fax from Bald Knob.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Sutton. Do we have a second? Ms. McFetrich has seconded that motion, and we're going to do a roll call on this one.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Ms. Woods? Dr. Rankin?
No.
Dr. Moore?
No.
4 noes, 2 yeses.
So if we don't grant the appeal, does that automatically mean the appeal is dismissed, or do we have to have a motion for that, or does it die?
I don't think we can't proceed.
Not to hear the appeal is what
Yeah.
I understand.
Is that what, so you help me out, Ms. Reno?
Okay, so the motion has failed.
Yes.
So at this point, the question would be, is there another motion?
Okay. Is there another motion? Don't go far.
I will not. And I will keep my phone with Mary Claire close by.
I don't have another motion at this point in time, but I did want to ask a question of the parents. Is that okay? Okay. So you said, have you all pursued a legal transfer between the two boards, and what was the result of that?
I don't think we can just.
We can't, but I just want to know.
Okay.
So I guess they received, or the communication between the two schools happened on July 12th. And then on July 15th, I got a phone call from Bald Knob saying, I think there's been a problem with your paperwork. We think there's a letter in the mail for you from Midland saying that they denied it. So I get home and there was a letter in the mail. So I called Dr. Bryant that day and I said, well, you can see on the application I put April 21st. That's when I was up there, sent the paperwork, and he said, well, we didn't get it that day, so everything y'all just voted for. I asked, what is the appeal process? And he said, you'll have to go back to your original paperwork to look at that appeal, and that there's a ticking time on it. I said, okay, I don't know. I don't know what that means. And he said, well, I'm just gonna tell you there's a ticking clock on that. So I started freaking out, and I drove back to Bald Knob, hoping that they could help me. And she said, well, yeah, what he's telling you is you could do a legal transfer, but it had to be by 5 o'clock that night because that's when their board was meeting. So I was like, well, can you help me with that? And she said, yes. So they helped me do the legal transfer. It went to them that evening, and then it got denied.
Okay.
So that's when I contacted Taylor Dugan, and he was helping me with the appeal of both of those decisions.
Okay, there's nothing that we can do on a legal transfer, but I will use my bully pulpit to encourage, maybe if it can, that to be considered again, because there's a lot of legal technicalities in here. The student has never attended that resident school district, and I think we're going very far into the legal weeds, and this is a kid. So again, I can't do anything about it, but bully pulpit, that's my stance.
All right. So do we have any other motions? So at this point, Ms. Freno, we don't hear the appeal and we move on. Is that correct?
That would be correct. If there is no motion at this point, the appeal fails for lack of a motion.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. This is probably the most difficult case that we've had. School choice is always difficult, and this is probably one of the most difficult that we have ever faced when we see a parent wanting to do what they can for a child. But unfortunately, our hands were tied, and so I hope you understand that. And we wish you all the best, and just keep advocating for your child, and maybe work out, do what Dr. Moore said, try to work out something between the districts. Yes, come to the microphone if you don't mind.
I do appreciate y'all, debating it, and I teach at ASUBB. I know we're policies, procedures, I know we like all that as well, but the learning cost for a school district on how to do that well is at the expense of our family. So I just hope that y'all can work on those policies and procedures, because at this point I don't know who's going to pick up my daughter on Monday from school, and that's 2 days.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for advocating for your child. I know lunch is here, but we have another family that's here, don't we? Let's go ahead and hear this one before we break. The Cunningham
Ms.
family?
Newton, the Ms. Cunningham is on Zoom. We have the superintendent here.
Okay.
From the Whitehall School District. Would you like us to proceed with this?
Let's go ahead and do this one before lunch, and then we'll break after this and break for lunch.
The Cunningham family appeals the denial of their school choice application. The resident district is the Pine Bluff School District. The non-resident is the Whitehall School District. Whitehall's reason for denying the application is capacity, that it is beyond the cap. Now, Barbara Warren, who is the superintendent of the Pine Bluff School District, is not here today, but I communicated with her, and she said they have no objection to the transfer, and that all the paperwork was all received in an appropriate amount of time.
Okay. All right. So we will hear from the non-resident district first. Mr. Doris.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't read the procedure, but basically it would be the non-resident district. Barbara Warren would go next, but she has no problem with the transfer, and then the parent will have an opportunity to speak as well.
All right, so we'll swear Mr. Doris in, and then also the parent, Ms. Cunningham, are you, I see you
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Yes, okay. Would you raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Doris.
Getting a little bit confusing, man. Our choice on this was the student applied under school choice. Pine Bluff being a opportunity school, put it at 95%. Still, student applied, and we have already reached our 95% cap by law that the school district has to go by. The student was denied application on the fact that we're being overcrowded. And as I spoke before, you know, parents have found ways or loopholes around the system. And since the last time we talked to y'all, we've had over 40 kids enrolled by falsifying information, and we know that. But you can't prove it unless you're out there at their house every moment making sure they're moving in. And I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail on that, but right now we have more kids than we've ever had. And we have already started making plans that we're going to have to start paying teachers extra duties to cover the students. We've hired 2 new teachers to take care of elementaries. The secondary level, like I said, we're having to pay them to teach an extra period. We've done everything we can, but yet we're still pushing ourselves over those numbers. And I'm asking the board to consider these facts. We try to go by the rules and regulations that have been passed down to us. And right now, you know, I'm asking for help.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything that you would like to share with the board?
Well, my daughter's attended Whitehall School District since she was in 2nd grade, I believe. She's never attended the Pine Bluff schools. She went to Dalloway when she was in kindergarten and 1st and 2nd grade. And during 2nd grade, they wanted to move her up 3 grade levels, and because she's advanced. And so in that, I moved her to Whitehall because, you know, I didn't want my very young child being put into a group where she's with children that are much, much older than she is. And after that, my youngest daughter was also enrolled in Whitehall. And they have both went there ever since 2015. So, I mean, they both go there. They've always went there. My youngest daughter was accepted by the school choice. My oldest daughter was denied. And
it's going to put quite a burden on me to have to go to 2 different school districts with working a full-time job and having a toddler to drop off and pick up and to go to the different school events and so on. I mean, it's a large stress. And not to mention, I mean, my daughter is extremely shy. She has a really, really hard time making friends. And, you know, she's been at Whitehall for many years now, and she finally made friends. The only reason I ever pulled her out of Whitehall is because their online courses didn't offer the pre-AP during the pandemic. And her dad is high risk for COVID. He has many, many, many health issues. And so I pulled her and her sister out so that they weren't going to be a risk for him.
Okay. All right, we'll see if we have any questions from the board. Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Ms. McFettridge? Dr. Moore?
This is a transfer under public school choice. Did the family apply for opportunity school choice?
No, they did not.
If they were to apply for opportunity school choice, isn't the cap for the cap at 95% instead of 90%?
If they had applied for opportunity school choice, lack of capacity may be claimed if the district reached the maximum student-to-teacher ratio allowed under federal law, state law, standards for accreditation, state rules, or applicable federal regulations. And we're dealing with an 8th grade student, correct? And in that situation, it's a maximum 30 students per class, with the exception of large group instruction.
Okay.
Under the standards for accreditation class size rules.
Okay, and so if they were to apply under opportunity school choice, I guess this is for the Whitehall School District, would they be able to enter the district?
We have 2 school districts in our county that fall in this category, the opportunity.
Right.
So we just automatically would go ahead and presume that they're going to be opportunity, so we don't have this hassle of coming back here. But we did hit the 95% on Dalway and Pine Bluff. They are both at 95%. We just automatically go ahead and assume it.
Okay, that's a good problem to have for you, to be busting at the seams, but I know it's challenging. So you're saying in 8th, and is that 95%, is that deemed based on one subject? Or?
I mean, it's on the average. What we do, we take the kids and then we divide it out, and then come up with 95%.
Okay, and how many 8th grade students do you have?
I think there's 264 at this moment.
Okay, and what did you have in previous years?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 240, 245.
Okay, and now I'm going to throw a wrench into these questions. Are you offering virtual school?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does virtual school change your capacity?
This year we went with our K through 6, are going through our local co-op, Arkansas River Valley, and so they have that opportunity to go there. Then we're doing virtual Arkansas for all of our students, okay, from 7 through 12.
Okay, virtual Arkansas, and virtual Arkansas has the teacher licensure waiver.
Yes, ma'am.
So, in that instance, that becomes murky waters for how you do that cap, in my opinion, if you have a waiver for teacher class size.
If they were to go virtual, then that'd be a whole different ballgame. But right now, they didn't apply for virtual. She withdrew her child last year because she didn't like the way we was doing the other part. But she withdrew the child, and according to the rules, it states when you withdraw, then you have to reapply. And so that's...
And do you have many students opting to do virtual for this next school year?
Yes, ma'am. I think we had 14 elementary students the other day. It was going virtual. We decided to go with masks, and so that number dropped back down to 10. We have, I believe there's 40 students that are doing virtual from 7 through 12.
Okay. Did you subtract those students from the full number for 8th grade?
When the policy was sent down to us, you have to base the number on your current students that you have on May 1st.
Okay.
And so that's what we based our numbers on.
Current in-person or in-person and virtual students?
Is what we had actually in seats at our school district.
Okay.
And then what we do, we find that number and we say, all right, I can add 5 first graders, I can add 10 8th graders or whatever it might be. We know how many numbers we can accept. Then you come over and you make another column. All right, now I've got to look at the other 2 school districts in Pine Bluff, Jefferson County, and then I add that 95%. So now I go back and start looking and seeing where I can put those kids in there.
Which is good. I mean, you're a great school district and students want to come to you, so are the other districts. But I know here parents are trying to find the best match for their students. In the case that a student was applying to do virtual through your district, would they have been accepted?
Well, because they have to be accepted in the class first, but
Okay, and then switch.
But you know, the thing I'd like to bring up, and I hope y'all not thinking I'm being a pain in y'all's ear lately, but the thing is, we went to our voters and voted the millage in. And you know the biggest gripe we had? What about all these school choice kids coming in? They're not having to pay taxes. I mean, there was a battle. But, you know, people, they want to live in Whitehall. They're building houses all over the place to try to take care of it. I don't know what we're going to do if things keep going like it is. And I'm happy for that. But at the same time, I've got to be standing up for Whitehall School District. What's best for the Whitehall School District and using the state of Arkansas laws and regulations.
Yep.
And that's been my gripe all year long is I'm trying to do what's right for Whitehall.
Do you have any class size waivers for your teachers?
At this moment, I do not. I keep looking on Mr. Teegers. I know he's working on some, at least I feel like he's working on some things from things that we're hearing about on waivers.
Do y'all have any Act 1240 waivers for your district?
Not right now.
Okay. Have you ever?
Yes, we applied some last year during the COVID time. We had some other problems. We had to.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sutton?
Receiving end of a lot of school choice. So I hear you. I'm torn on that because from where I came from, but also, you know, just the whole matter of parents wanting to do what's best for their children. I'm not sure how I can go on this. That's my comment.
Ms. Woods?
Students do you have in 8th grade? Sorry, I didn't have this on. 264. And how many teachers? Because that's junior high.
Mr. Dorsey, you're going to have to come to the microphone. I'm sorry.
Well, we have 10 sections in each grade level. And as I talked a minute ago about the AP classes, they're already exceeding their numbers.
Okay. Ms. Steen?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Post?
No questions.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
I have a question. Ms. Cunningham, the sibling here that was accepted in the Whitehall, was that in this cycle, or is that a previous application?
No, that was this cycle. She's going into 6th grade at the middle school. They actually would be both at the middle school. One's in 6th grade, one's in 8th grade. And I didn't do the School Opportunity Act. I just wanted to say that real quick because I thought that that was for in the same district, you know, going from different state elementaries. Like Whitehall, for instance, has Hardin. It also has Moody, Gandy, and Taylor. And I've used the Opportunity Act before to go from Hardin to Moody because of my work schedule, and the district line moved for each of the elementaries one year. So I had to use the Opportunity Act then, but that's why I didn't use it this year, because I didn't know that it was for any other school district.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board?
I guess I have a quick question regarding the siblings. Is it standard practice to try to keep those siblings in the same district if the parent is requesting it?
Well, and I don't know about standard practice. I know that in the past, when it came to the 3% cap, there was the legislative language factored them as a group. And then that changed, I think, in 2019, Lori, or was that 2020? Okay, they still go as a group? Okay.
Ms. Reno, could you find that law and maybe tell us about the group?
Ms. Newton, the law we're talking about has to do with 3% cap. What we're dealing with here is capacity, so that's different. So any law that dealt with siblings and the 3% cap would not be applicable in this situation because the school district is not saying they didn't accept the child because of 3% cap. They're saying they didn't accept the child because of capacity.
Okay, so if it was a 3% cap issue, it would be okay, but because it's capacity, it's not.
Yes, if it was a 3% cap or 3% cap issue, my understanding, and I think I'm right, is that families, you know, if that 3% cuts off right in the middle of a family group, the whole group gets to transfer and stay within that 3%. But that's not what's at issue in this case.
Okay, all right, okay.
Are you looking at Rule 2-2.03? You're talking about the one that says they may enroll in the non-resident district. This is for siblings. If the non-resident district has the capacity to accept the sibling without adding teachers, staff, or classrooms by exceeding regulations. That one, okay.
Yeah, as far as capacity, under public school choice, it has to do with siblings, and I think this is the law, but I think it's the same as what you just cited in the rule. The sibling of a student who attends a non-resident district and applies for school choice may enroll in the non-resident district if the district has the capacity to accept a sibling without adding teachers, staff, or classrooms, or exceeding the regulations, rules, or standards established by law.
And the district is saying they don't have that capacity, and so that's why there is the exception to this.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. You know, go ahead. But I just, you know, I've seen both sides of this. We've seen this side where the school choice is where the district is over capacity and doesn't have room. And then we've seen other districts that are, you know, I think of Guy Perkins that is fighting for every single student that they can get because that's putting them in danger. And so we've got two total polar opposites of the issue, but both are hurting the district, you know. But then we also need to consider the child. And so I think that's what's kind of before us now is thinking about that. Any other comments or questions from any board member? Dr. Moore, did you have a comment you were wanting to make?
No, I think we do take each case uniquely, but I also think that we saw this I know we saw this exact instance previously where a student had unenrolled due to virtual school and then wanted to re-enroll in their school of choice. I would like to say, and I don't know, obviously I don't think the department is in charge of this, but I do hope that when students are looking to unenroll and have done school choice, the districts are communicating clearly with parents that they will have to reapply if they choose to go back into that non-resident district.
Dr. Moore, every year I think we've got this fixed, and every year I learn that we don't have it all fixed. So we make notes after every case, and then we go back and see how we fix them in the next session.
Yeah.
Or with added communication if it's not a legislative fix.
Communication is a big deal, I think, that we've seen today in both issues, that more communication is needed. Okay, so we are ready for a motion. The motion would be to either grant the appeal or deny the appeal based on the 3% cap, not 3% cap, based on the capacity issue.
I will move to grant the appeal based on the uniqueness of this school year with virtual learning and where that goes.
Okay, we have a motion to grant the appeal from Dr. Moore. Do we have a second? No, I did not. I'm bad about not looking. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that she had just said that unenrolling your child while you're in school choice, that you would have to reapply. We weren't in school choice whenever I unenrolled. We lived in the district. We just recently bought a home that is outside of the district.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to grant the appeal from, does that information change your motion, Dr. Moore? Okay. We have a motion to grant the appeal from Dr. Moore. Do we have a second? Okay, well, I don't think we have a second. So motion dies. Do we have any other motions? So, Ms. Freno, we have no other motions on the floor. So, you're going to have to help us out here. You're earning your money today.
And no one has a motion. So if no one has a motion, the appeal fails.
Okay.
For lack of a motion.
Because I made a motion, there was no second.
There was no second, so your motion failed because there was no second. And now the floor is open for an alternative motion, for another motion, but no one has made another motion.
If I will open up the floor for discussion, I would make the point that we did approve this in the exact same district, in the exact same scenario, and want to hear where our change of thinking is now. Just so that, and again, I think every case is unique, but I want to hear what the mitigating factors are here, I think, if board members want to share.
This wasn't the special education case, right, that you're referring to? Is that, you said we approved this, I'm trying to remember. It was the special ed. Because from what I remember in that case, they denied it once they found out that they were special ed, but had they not been told? That was not the case, okay.
But they might.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Dean.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the prior case that Dr. Moore is referring to is the case of it was a young man whose grandparents were ill and they were, and his parents, and then one of the grandparents died.
Yes.
And so that was the reason why they were removed. And I think that was probably the extenuating circumstances that we voted on in that particular case. One, that the grandparents were ill to begin with, and they unenrolled to prevent an illness. Then on top of that, the grandparent died. Their lives were kind of turned upside down. They had to move back in with the dad. So it was a lot of different circumstances. I think that may be the one that, Dr. Moore, is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so. So yeah, that's helpful. I just wanted to hear where others were thinking on this as we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Steen, for clarifying that. That helped. Any other discussion? Mr. Sutton?
When did they move out of Whitehall's district?
Ms. Cunningham, when did you move out of Whitehall District?
I'm sorry. We moved September of 2020.
Thank you. All right.
And I would say for myself, I will say this. My reasonings for voting the last time were the reasons I just noted, all of those extenuating circumstances. In this particular case, the family chose to move out of the district. And on top of that, we've seen so many cases with transfers into, or waivers to transfer into Whitehall. And I mean, just from the ones that I've seen, I can see that their capacity is rising. This is a difficult decision because as Madam Chair expressed, we don't want to put the district in a compromising position because they have accepted so many additional students. For me, I guess the hard part is the siblings. I do have a question. I don't know if this goes to the parent or who it would go to. In the case that this is not granted, there is one child that will be in one district and one child in another. Is there a possibility for those children to go back to the same district that they were in before, so that there's not the split transportation?
Ms. Cunningham?
They were not in Pine Bluff School District before.
Oh, that's right, they were in virtual.
We were doing Arkansas Connections online. Like I said, it was all due to a safety concern for their dad. He has congestive heart failure along with lupus, and he's got many other issues on top of those. Mm-hmm. And you know, we're divorced. We've been divorced for a long time, but we do have joint custody. Mm-hmm. They are with him 1 week and with me 1 week. And however, with that being said, I still take them to school every day. I still pick them up. He does not do any of that due to his health.
Okay.
Because he cannot guarantee, you know, that there's not something that's going to happen throughout the day with his health, and he's going to be able to be there to pick them up.
So, and what you're saying is that it would be an extra burden on you being the primary parent who is taking care of transportation?
Yes, ma'am. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's not about the transportation altogether for me. Yes, that is a burden, a great burden. Like I said, I have a full-time job and I already have to leave early every day as it is to be able to pick them up from school, because they do not ride the bus. They never have, even when we lived in the school district. They haven't rode the bus since 2015. But my oldest daughter, like I said, she's advanced in a lot of her classes, and she has a really, really hard time fitting in. And I feel like if I was to have to move her to Pine Bluff, that it would be detrimental to her emotional and her mental health.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Steen, do you have any other questions?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Any other board members?
I just want to make
Sorry,
you go
Dr. Morris.
first.
I guess I'm still going back to the sibling issue. I mean, that does give me some angst, that these siblings will not have the opportunity to be at the same place. I know that simplifies for families. I guess I'm still going back to, it says, during this we moved, I filled out the school choice forms the first week that open enrollment began for her and her sister. Her sister was accepted, but Felicity was rejected. So I guess I'm still trying to figure out, how can you, if the application's at the same time, what does that process, I mean, that was just the luck of the draw, she hit on that cap, one sibling got in and one sibling.
So talked about a minute ago, we make a list in early April of how many students that we can accept in each grade level. And as we go through that list, we fill those, the ones in order the way they come in. Now, we've always been led to believe if a kid applied, they move up to the top of the list of bumping that first kid down. And that's what we do. We go all the way through the whole process. And then we pick out the number and we say, yes, we're going to be able to accept this many. We've even went before and went through the list, and all of a sudden some child comes in and fills out a school choice paperwork that applied last year. Well, they just bumped that kid that applied on that first night, because we do we do it 3 or 4 different ways. We have it being sent to us by email, which is time-stamped and dated. Parents get a receipt. I did pay attention, y'all. They get a date, time-stamped, sent back to them that night. Then, if they come in, I can show you one here. When they come in, we date them, they hand them to us, we date it, we stamp it, and so there's no doubt of what time they came in. And that's where we go through that order. And our list, our master list, it has the date, the time, and everything on it. So we try to do it legal so we don't have all these headaches.
Thank you for that.
No.
Mr. Doris, I just have one question, and I don't know if this is even a possibility or not. Since you are going to offer virtual this year, if the 8th grader were to go virtual, could she enroll in Whitehall if she were to go virtual, or is that not even a possibility?
That would be a decision that I'd leave up to y'all. But yes, ma'am, we could put her in virtual school, but if next year, if we still don't have room for her, we'd have to put her back in virtual. Because, you know, at least we can plan ahead. I don't have a problem with letting her go to virtual. You know, if y'all say, yes, the only way she can come back to Whitehall is she goes to virtual, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. All right. And if any room came open during the year, could she move? I know a lot of districts have it in the 9 weeks she could move from virtual to the classroom. Could that be a possibility?
We do allow them to change it semester. The reason is the virtual Arkansas, you have to pay a semester at a time. And so once we pay that X amount of money out to them, I don't want to lose that money to do it.
So if at the end of the semester you had room, would that be a possibility?
That would be a possibility, but I could not guarantee her the AP classes and things like this.
Right, right. Ms. Cunningham, is that anything you would be interested in?
Yes, ma'am. Because, I mean, even if she doesn't get into Whitehall, I'm still not sending her to Pine Bluff School simply for, you know, she cannot get in. I mean, she cannot be moved up in grade level like that. I can't allow it, and so I would put her back into the Arkansas Connections Academy, and I really don't want to do that. But if she could do virtual at Whitehall and have a chance of getting in next semester or next year, then I'm okay with that. Like, that is perfectly okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
I would imagine you would, because then you're getting the per pupil funding for that student, and you're not educating them.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, and that's not on you, this is a state decision that we're going to have to make later on. If we are allowing every district to have a virtual school, then we have to change what capacity looks like, because you know, that student will now be educated by Arkansas Virtual, but you're still getting that full funding for them. But that's not you, that's a state policy discussion that we need to have. I do want to ask Lori a question. This is a very legal technicality. But in the rules, it states that if a transferred student returns to his or her resident district or enrolls in a private or home school, the transfer is voided. It does not talk about if you go to a charter school or not go to your resident district. But was there a state interpretation that this has, who made that interpretation that the students have to reapply?
Well, in this situation, did I not hear that the students did not choice into Whitehall ever?
Because they
They resided in Whitehall, so that language.
That would be that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we've had a motion that died on the floor, and we did not have another motion. I'll give you a second chance at any motions that you would like to make.
Can we motion with the caveat for virtual? Or is it we have to motion that she gets accepted and then we hope that all the parties?
Ms. Freno?
We've never had this happen before.
And I know virtual has created a whole new bucket, so.
Both parties agreed on it. So.
Well, as the resident, if you don't, then we are back to a situation where this family lives in the Pine Bluff School District, and for them to be able to transfer, then it would require a legal transfer, even if it's virtual, because then they would be a student registered with the Whitehall School District, not living in the Whitehall School District. So there has to be some action by this, even if they've agreed to do that, or I think Whitehall would have to withdraw their rejection with the understanding that the student would be in virtual of Whitehall.
Yes, or I was.
But I think cleanest is for y'all to go ahead and take action. But
yeah, I was thinking. I mean, my quandary is just this has never come up before. But I'm trying to think through the school choice law at 100 miles an hour, and I don't see why there couldn't be a conditional action. But I think you'll need to make really clear in the motion exactly what the action of the board would be.
Okay, because as I'm thinking through it, if we had to say move to grant the waiver to Whitehall, other than everybody's word that she would be enrolled in virtual, she could show up Monday and say, no, I've changed my mind, and there's nothing we can do.
Right.
let me add to this, because and this is where Taylor did a really good job of, there are a number of these appeals that never came to this board.
Right.
Because Taylor was working with both districts, or with the appellant and the district, and there, so if Mr. Doris had told this family earlier, you know what, we've got this virtual option, if you want to continue virtually with our district, then we have capacity for that. The capacity limitation would not apply. That appeal never would have been resolved before it got here, right? So I guess, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, but if he's agreeing to that now, then it would have the same effect as it would have if Taylor had worked with them and addressed it before it got here.
Yes, I mean, the children were not virtual with Pine Bluff. They were virtual with Arkansas Connections Academy. Yes. But yes, it could have, I mean, yes, this is something definitely that could have been worked out ahead of time if there would have been more discussion. I mean, it's up to the superintendent and Mrs. Warren, Ms. Warren, who's superintendent of Pine Bluff, already has said that, she's happy to work with, whatever's best for the child.
Mr. Doris, I can say you're wanting to talk.
Yeah, we do things different in Jefferson County. Our co-op, we all bring our paperwork in and we make sure everybody's got it. Now, Pine Bluff has already reached their 3% cap. Now, we're going to jump off into another area. Pine Bluff had already received their 3% cap, Dalloway, Watson Chapel, because we'd already taken them. They either went to Rising or something like that. They'd reached their 3% cap. And that's the reason, until y'all got up here and y'all start looking in y'all's eyes, it turns to a different story. But, I'm willing to work with it, but at the same time, y'all gonna have to deal with Pine Bluff to get Pine Bluff to agree to waive their 3% tax.
I think they
I
already
think we're
have.
good. I think
Yeah.
we're good there, Mr.
Okay.
Norris.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think Mrs. Warren is going to have an issue with
I
that.
don't either, but I don't wanna be the dirty dog in this thing.
Right.
No, you,
So, but you are agreeing that if she, you would take her if she agreed to enroll in virtual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I guess, Ms. Freno, because I know we made a motion one time that a student would enroll at a particular elementary school.
Yes.
And so this would be the same sort of thing, that the district would accept them if they enrolled at a particular elementary.
It sounds to me like they are going to work it out amongst themselves. But I think there does have to be some kind of official legal action by the board to make the student properly be in that school district.
Okay.
So if I made a motion that said, move to approve the waiver on the condition that the student is enrolled at Whitehall in their virtual program, is that sufficient?
I would think that is sufficient. Yes, I would. Secretary, I'm just asking because of your expertise.
well, we're uncharted waters, so I can't think of anything that would be a problem there, other than precedent.
Other than
Precedent.
And to me, it's tricky because we have now approved at most districts to have a virtual school, but they don't have a school. They don't even have a separate LEA for it. So it's just virtual programming. And then what happens if Whitehall next week they don't have as many 8th graders show up? Would they have to come back up to us to say, hey, we want to go in person now, and they have spots, or could they work that out on their own?
Well, I think with regard to precedents, the superintendent has agreed to this.
Okay.
So there's buy-in from everyone on this.
Okay.
So it's not like we are opening up a new frontier of redefining capacity.
Since Mr. Doris has agreed to this, and you know, in an open meeting, it could also be that this board, the action this board would take would be to table this item, and then if something happens, like you just mentioned, you know, there's some thing that pops up, you know, the board could bring that item back in a future meeting. Otherwise, if it all worked out fine, then it's tabled and dispensed with.
Well, I think of the precedent. I mean, if I live in Hamburg and I say I want to enroll my kid in Bentonville virtual, we now have a precedent that you could petition to them and say, hey, I want to be in, which I know you can do if you're in Fayetteville charter. You could, you know, they have a charter, they can attract students from anywhere in the state. But are we putting conditionals on things?
But that's already happening. I mean, that what your
even though
example is
Bentonville
all-
doesn't have a charter school, you could say,
through school choice, that has actually happened. The school choice took place, didn't get appealed because there wasn't any disagreement
and
on
they're
it.
going to be enrolled in the district as a virtual student, even if that district doesn't have a virtual school. They have virtual offerings.
This would be the virtual school, because it's a transfer to the district. It's not a school choice into a school. It's a school choice into
a
the
district.
Yeah. So the district has an LEA that is a virtual LEA. That's happening now.
Oh yeah, but in this case, y'all don't have a virtual LEA, so this student would be enrolled as an 8th grader in Whitehall. They're just.
Mr. Doris, I don't think Whitehall has a virtual LEA, a charter, it is just a program.
I guess I was advocating for an unconditional because of the precedent we might set, but I also understand our perspective here, so.
Can it be easier for efficiency's sake to make the motion here as opposed to tabling it for them to work out? I just know like school starts for many like Monday, so.
Well,
Well, I think
by
what-
the, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'll say, I think what we could do, we could table it. School is going to start soon. The superintendent can start working with the family as soon as he leaves here. And if need be, we can call a special meeting and untable it.
We have a tentatively scheduled special meeting
Yeah.
already
Tuesday.
for next week.
And it is, I mean, and, you know, granted, a lot of these are worked out. And, hey, if
I'm
they
just trying
can
to
be
take
worked
something
out.
else off the districts at this point, like if it's easier for us just to render a decision, I mean, if it's easier for us to render the decision that they're going to ultimately come to, I'm fine with that too, and save people time.
Yeah, I don't think it would necessarily be easier for the district if you rendered a decision. And I turned to the superintendent to see if he is in agreement. I mean, is this something that you can visit with the family about?
So, Mr. Doris, do you have a preference?
Which part again? I'm sorry. Well, which preference do you want me to take?
Preference
I
was,
think your reception.
you know, the reason he came. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
I
from the
know
district
that.
standpoint, so I would hate to put him on the spot
Okay,
at this
all
point
right,
to answer that.
okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
No, I mean, this conversation has gone a lot of different ways. And I mean, ultimately, as I said, if, you know, there have been a lot of different ways of solving these problems that Mr. Dugan was able to work together before, work out between the parties before it got here. I think what we're saying, what I'm suggesting is that it goes back to that stance. If this is tabled,
Then they work it out.
then, and they're still working it out, and then it's like it never comes to us if they work it out.
Okay, all right.
But if it doesn't work out, then it would come back at the special board meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. If that, I didn't want to speak for the board, I just said something I shouldn't have. Okay, all right, so we need a motion then to table the issue?
I move to table the issue.
Okay, all right, Ms. Dean moved to table, and Ms. Wood seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Cunningham, do you understand what we just went through? That we have tabled the issue, and you and the district are going to sit down and try to work this out between you, but because it's tabled, if it doesn't work out, then you can come back to us. And we tentatively have a meeting scheduled for Tuesday, but you can work that out with Ms. Freno if the need arises.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Doris, are you okay with that now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you for sitting, and I hope, well, maybe we're learning and we're going to get better.
I appreciate y'all's time. I know y'all have a lot of things on your plate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So it is 1:30, and you haven't had a break, and you haven't had lunch. So how about either one of those? How about 2:15? Would that be enough time? Okay, we'll be back at 2:15. Right. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, and we are ready to proceed. I guess all right, we are ready to proceed, and thank you for joining us again. We are going to move on to the embedded courses. Thank you, Dr. Pride and Ms. Horn, for waiting and letting us grab a bite of lunch before moving on. So,
good afternoon. Rachel Horn, Director of Curriculum and Assessment, Office of Learning Services. As you know, Arkansas Code Annotated 615-202 allows for curriculum frameworks for 2 different courses to be embedded into a single course. 3 school districts have made the application for approval of combined or embedded courses, and these districts have assured in writing that the academic standards for both courses will be fully taught in this combined or embedded course. The Division of Elementary and Secondary Education respectfully requests that the State Board of Education approves these embedded courses for these districts, with the understanding that when the academic standards for one of the courses are revised, then a new course approval request must be submitted and State Board approval once again granted.
Look on this side. Does anyone on this side have any questions? Okay, over here. Online from Ms. Dean or Ms. Post. Any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. So if we don't have any questions or discussion, we are ready for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Dr. Moore. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to our action agenda for the afternoon, and we are looking at 1240 requests. Ms. Hyatt.
Good afternoon. Nice to see all of your faces here. I think that I let everybody know you're coming back at 2:15, but I'm not sure if I see Miss Buckley here. So if you are on the Zoom, Bridget, will you let me know? The first waiver request is for the Mena School District. Oh, she raised her hand. Okay, great. Thank you. The Mena School District requests an extension of its Act 1240 waiver related to instructional time for the Mena High School alternative education students only. The extension request is for 5 years, and Ms. Buckley is here from the district.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Buckley. We will see if we have any questions from the board. Ms. Woods, Mr. Sutton, Dr. Moore, Ms. McFetridge, Dr. Rankin, Ms. Dean, Ms. Post. Okay, I don't see any questions. I just wanted to thank them that they actually put in some good data in their request that helps making these decisions much easier when we've got data to back up that this particular waiver was working. So I really appreciated that. Does anyone from the district want to comment? Okay. All right, then we were ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the waiver for the Mena School District.
Okay, we have a motion to approve for Mena from Ms. McFetridge. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Okay. Go ahead.
The next 1240 waiver is for Western Yale County School District. I believe Ms. Kloss is here, or should be here on the Zoom. The request is for K-6 physical education teacher licensure for 3 years. I'm not sure if I see her. Oh, I guess I just can't see everybody. Okay. So Ms. Claus is here from Western Yale County School District. They did not submit a presentation, so I don't think they have one. And
Okay.
again, it is for K-6 physical education teacher licensure for 3 years.
Okay. All right, we'll see if anyone from the board then has a question. Dr. Moore? Ms. McFetridge? Dr. Rankin? Ms. Woods? Mr. Sutton? Ms. Dean? Ms. Post? Okay, we have no questions. Are we ready for a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Mr. Sutton. A second?
Second that.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Osceola?
Yes, and I believe we have Dr. Green on, and I do see him on the Zoom. Osceola School District is requesting a waiver of class size, teaching load, and teacher licensure to participate in the Opportunity Culture Pilot Program. The request is for 3 years, and they do have a presentation, and I believe Dan has it.
Okay.
And if you will, swear Dr. Green in before you begin the presentation, and he'll have 20 minutes.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Green.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right, we're going to swear you in before you begin your presentation, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may begin.
All right. I come to you humbly to request a waiver for our class size and teaching load, as well as teacher licensure. In the Delta, finding qualified teachers has been quite of a challenge, or we end up competing with some of your larger school districts due to salaries of a Jonesboro, like West Memphis and a Marion. This opportunity culture allows us to utilize some of our really great teachers that we have in the district to enhance their pay to help keep them around a lot longer by allowing those teachers who have shown the ability to grow students, the ability to be in front of those students, and using some of the paraprofessionals who have shown great classroom management as well as a great rapport with students to tap into their resources as well to help build student capacity. We recognize that a classroom teacher is the single most important thing to make sure that students are growing on a day in and day out basis. And this waiver will allow us to put a proper checks and balances in place with our multi-classroom leader, who are a lot of times when you talk to those teachers, they don't want to leave the classroom. They still have that passion that burns deep inside, but they seek other opportunities for more monetary gain. So this allows us to use some of the federal funding that we get to help fund that, as well as ensure that our students are getting the very best teachers on a day in and day out basis. And we don't just have to put a body in there that hasn't shown, doesn't have a track record of being able to grow students. KIP uses a very similar waiver, and we want to use it at all of our schools: North Elementary, Carroll Smith, Osceola Middle School, as well as Osceola High School. And this falls under Section 1AS of the DESE Rules Governing Standards of Accreditation for class size and teaching load. Again, what the model looks like is a certified teacher who has, again, shown the ability to be able to grow students on a year in and year out basis. They go through a very rigorous application process. We work in conjunction with the Office of Educator Support, which is led by Kelly McLaughlin, and Opportunity Culture out of North Carolina, to ensure that our students are getting rigorous, getting the rigor that they need in order to be able to show growth, to demonstrate and understand what the state is requiring that they learn on a day in and day out basis. That direct reach teacher, again, a lot of the times there are paraprofessionals, or they're a teacher in training almost, where they get a chance to work with a veteran teacher before they're just kind of put into the fire of working in the Delta, which can sometimes be challenging for some due to the way that they grew up. And so that multi-classroom leader, they share resources, they help facilitate, and they become, again, an advocate for the work that is done on a day out basis. This is supported by DESE through site visits, interviews, and DESE will follow up with a report. The principal and the MCL, they work hand in hand. So again, becomes another leader in that capacity. And they'll be evaluated using a rubric that talks specifically about their leadership skills, their ability to grow students, their ability to work with their colleagues in order to help students maximize the learning time that they have when they're with us. The second request is for teacher licensure. Finding certified teachers, again, has been quite of a challenge, but we have been able to find quite a few jewels in our backyard. A lot of our paraprofessionals over the last few years, we've encouraged them to go back to college. And we will have 4 teachers who were either a former paraprofessional or they were a secretary who will be actually leading classrooms. So they've been in there, they've been able to show the impact of how they can work with kids. We feel with the appropriate balance of observation, feedback, and job embedded professional development, that we can grow them to be able to give the quality Tier 1 instruction that our students need and deserve on a day in and day out basis. We're willing to submit an annual report to DESE as part of our recruitment and retention plan. Again, we feel this is a very important. It's unfortunately, because we've had tons of retirement due to aging out and a declining in population growth in our area, that we have to use the waivers. But again, we've had some really good waiver teachers that have come through. This is actually an extension for us on this waiver. And some of those teachers have become classroom leaders. They're department chairs. And again, they've shown the ability to, again, maximize what they do on a day in and day out basis. And they're very influential. And because a lot of them have come either through the ranks from a paraprofessional, from a secretary, they have very valuable insight that they give to us on a day in and day out basis that assist with the academic growth. Our adequacy and assurances, regular background checks, using the test framework. We were recently got into a new cohort of the Arkansas Rural Educator Network. So to create that network of other professionals that are in very similar situations, that gives us enhanced instructional leaders and coaches. And we do that through a strengths-based opportunities where we see where our strengths are and really fine-tune those and get really good at those, again, to improve the Tier 1 instruction. Professional development, job embedded through professional learning teams with vertical and horizontal alignment, content and grade level alignment. And then we've already started in July and during this second week of in-service, we've been doing professional development with those new teachers around the building blocks of becoming a successful teacher. And then we're also reaching out, we work with the Crowley Ridge Co-op as well as DESE to collaborate to find the proper pathway for licensure for those teachers so they can help navigate that. We're a very agricultural town or industrial. Of course, we have Big River Steel, Denso, so there's not a lot of candidates that go into the education field. And a lot of, we have difficulty passing the praxis. So we have quite a few that have been testing. We've had about 60% of them that have tested. And we have about 40% that is within the standard deviation. So that's why we've been working with DESE to make sure that we put them in a situation where we can get them over the hump to become an actual certified teacher. So our goal is to do that, each one of those candidates within 2 to 3 years. And so again, that they not only give themselves more career options, but again, we keep them in front of our students and they have a certified teacher. And when we send in our standard of assurance and when we're talking to parents, that we know there's a certified teacher in there, not somebody that's working on that. Potential outcomes of unmitigated teacher shortage is limited course offerings. Of course, we want to give all of our students an opportunity to be able to take the course with the best of the best, but if we don't have personnel to be able to do it, it limits what we can offer. We have to offer the bare minimum. Audit finding for compliance. Never want to be caught out of compliance for not having the proper courses for our students. And low student achievement, which has been a barrier for us over the last few years. My efforts Non-traditional, we reach out to the co-op, Apple, State. They share applicants, Teach for America, Arkansas Teacher Corps. We use them sometimes, and job fairs, we attend them regularly. Due to COVID, of course, that hurt a little bit, but we attended a couple of them virtually. We got a couple good candidates, and we advertise on AAEA, Crowley's Ridge, our website, social media, newspaper, and we even have sign-on and retention bonuses. And some of those have helped. Hadn't been a magic bullet, but the sign-on and retention bonus have definitely helped, again, because we're a lower-paying district because of our size. We worked in conjunction with Crowley's Ridge back in 2018 and was granted this waiver. And we would just like to utilize it to keep filling positions and create those licensure pathways for teachers and create mentorships for experienced teachers. A lot of those teachers that come through, they're more than willing to give their help, and it encourages the other ones that it's something that if I can do it, you can do it as well. And so they've been a valuable resource for some of those teachers that have decided to make that jump into becoming a teacher of record. We're requesting that the Arkansas State Board grant us a 3-year waiver for the listed licensure requirements.
Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see if any of the board members have questions for you now. Dr. Rankin?
Do not have any questions. I just want to thank you for that presentation. That was very informative and helpful.
Thank you.
Ms. McFettridge?
Dr. Green, I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about your teaching load. It wasn't real clear to me. Are you planning on going over the 150 limit?
We're not planning on it, but it's a possibility that it could happen because under the opportunity culture model, the teacher of record would be of more than possibly of 150 students. In our situation, it doesn't get that way because of, again, our decline in enrollment. So our average grade level size is about 70 to 78 students. And so the opportunity culture, just applying for this waiver allows us the opportunity that if we cannot find a certified teacher, if we have a direct reach associate or a paraprofessional that could fill that role momentarily while a teacher goes to another classroom with the great classroom management, that teacher, that those students can still have the opportunity to that same quality Tier 1 instruction that certified teacher gives us.
Okay, and then what support would you give your teacher that would have to go over that amount?
The supports that we give, there's a bonus that comes with that. But again, there's regular observations from principal, assistant principal, myself, the assistant superintendent, as well as they attend regular meetings with the opportunity culture through the grant that we have, that they get additional coaching and additional supports on a monthly basis to help support them in their efforts. And we also get those same supports of how to better support them through the process.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem, thank you.
Dr. Moore? Okay. Ms. Woods? Mr. Sutton? Ms. Dean?
No questions.
Ms. Post?
I just want to applaud the efforts that you are going to recruit the paraprofessionals or the other classified staff and to bring them on up to the teaching experience. I'm trying to picture what you're saying. So is there, for lack of a better word, like a mentor teacher, right, over a para? Is that mentor teacher over multiple paras, or is that mentor teacher also operating his or her own classroom while overseeing the para's classroom? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So the mentor teacher oversees their classroom, but that reach associate comes into that classroom as part of their team when they need to go out and work with another classroom.
And is the para, is that who you're calling the reach associate?
Ma'am.
Okay. Is that person part of the PLC process?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
So
Yes,
they
ma'am.
are,
They're learning the techniques, they're learning the pedagogy, and a lot of them, we've encouraged a lot of them to go back to school. So they're not only learning the process side by side with their mentor teacher, but they're also receiving the pedagogy while in their undergraduate studies.
and they're benefiting from those common formative assessments already being in place.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great.
Ms. Post, I think there are several schools in the state that have implemented the opportunity culture environment, and I think that would be something that if as Teacher of the Year that you might want to put on your list to visit some. I know North Little Rock, Dr. Pfeffer, you might can help me out with the districts, but there are several districts around the state that have implemented this. And is this the second or third year?
So I know it really began with North Little Rock. That would have probably been about 3 or 4 years ago. And since then, the educator effectiveness team, and they'll probably be texting me, my phone's back there, they've worked with several different schools, providing grant funds to them to get the training and kind of support for what a model would look like. I know Forest City was recognized, Lincoln School District was recognized recently for, that was part of the on-site review, that they're really implementing those practices. So I don't know exactly what year it kind of a phase in, but it's starting to kind of get ramped up and going.
Yeah. I know there's several districts, so that might be something you might want to put on your list to visit and then come back and tell us about in your monthly report.
Yeah, the team.
That is a great idea.
Yep, the team will get you connected, Susanna.
Dr. Green, I would love to come visit you as well.
All righty, come on, Osceola. We're always down for good Teacher of the Year to learn something from you as well.
All right. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, a motion from Dr. Moore to approve,
Second.
seconded by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Green, and good luck on a great school year this year.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready for Pine Bluff?
Yes, and I believe Ms. McMurray is here. I see her. The Pine Bluff School District is requesting an extension of their teacher licensure waiver. The request is for 3 years. Ms. McMurray is here. And one of the pieces that was not on the agenda was just about their stakeholder involvement. So they did submit that, and we have that. Dan has a copy of that. And I believe Ms. McMurray does have a bit of a presentation, so you want to swear her in.
Okay, all right. All right, Ms. McMurray, if you will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
We too in the Pine Bluff School District are requesting an extension to our 1240 waiver with the same terms as it was initially written. Since the year of 2016, we had a total of 69 teachers on waivers. I'm sorry, there were actually 78. And 7 acquired provisional, 12 were enrolled in the program, 34 have moved on to other districts, and we will currently begin the 21-22 school year with 24 applicants on waivers. One of the things that we did over the years, we included questions to our stakeholders, just kind of give them information about the waivers, helping them to better understand and communicate why the waiver was needed and what it actually entails. And the last survey that was done was created since my coming back to the district on July 1, and we created a Google Form survey, and we communicated this survey and asked if our partners abroad would help us to distribute this survey. And so the responses that we got basically showed us how much our community really understand and know about the waiver. So we're going to take this information and we're going to have some discussions with those team members, and we're going to create a plan of action to communicate more effective ways that each entity that we have partnered with can kind of reach down a little deeper so that we can expand this information and knowledge a little deeper across our community. And if you notice in the graph, based on each question, there were 5 questions written. And if you notice, I can't see the full screen before me, but in each of the 5 questions, it shows overwhelmingly that there is a common understanding about the nature of the waivers. And what we want to do is to basically push that information deeper so that it can spread a little bit deeper for others who may not be aware of what the waiver really does for us.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McMurray. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll see if we have any questions from any members of the board. Ms. Dean?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Post?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Ms. McFettridge?
Not a question, but I would like to commend you on hiring a recruitment and retention coordinator for this school year. I didn't know if you wanted to comment about that.
She may not have heard. Pull your microphone a little closer. I don't think.
Okay, was that question for me?
Yes, I was just commenting on your recruitment and retention coordinator that the district is hired for the coming school year. I didn't know if you had a comment about that.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for asking. When Ms. Warren and I had a conversation about some of the challenges around getting certified teachers into classrooms across the district, this was a position that overwhelmingly amongst the leadership team and our Go Forth Pine Bluff Alliance team, this was a position that everyone decided that was needed because there were many challenges. And, you know, when you consider the 6 different pathways to traditional licensure, the gap that was really seen or shown in that process was that there was no one to, you know, really address those issues with teachers who are coming into the profession, not having that educational background and having the coaching and support to understand pathways. So with that being said, you would have teachers who would, you know, eventually be lost along the way because they would not know what was really needed in order to reach that standard certification or to even declare a pathway if they're coming in under the 1240 waiver. So this position actually does that and will connect resources to each group of teachers that are gaining that traditional certification through the 1240 waiver process.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your new position too, then.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Moore. I don't remember if I've asked you or not. Okay. Dr. Hill, did you have any questions? Any other questions or comments from the board? All right. We're ready for a motion then.
I'll make a motion to approve the Pine Bluff waivers.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. McFettridge to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Ms. McMurray. I know you got a hard job, but we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Hyatt, we're ready for Clarendon, I believe.
Clarendon has actually rescinded their 1240 request, and it was just after the agenda had been published. It's
Okay.
still on there, but we can move past it.
Okay. So we're down to the charter amendments. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Tim Johnston, DESE Charter Unit. First amendment was for Friendship Aspire Academy of Pine Bluff. They submitted an amendment to add an additional campus, increase the enrollment cap, and add additional waivers. The charter was originally granted in 2017, serves students in grades K through 3 with an enrollment cap of 240. The charter's been approved to expand to grade 6 and increase the enrollment cap to 880 by the 2023-24 school year. And their charter expires in 2023.
Do we have anybody here from Friendship?
There should be,
Yes, we are here.
okay, yes, I see.
Okay, all right. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Ms. Woods? Mr. Sutton? Dr. Moore? Ms. Hatchard? Okay, Dr. Rankin? Dr. Hill? Ms. Dean?
No questions.
Ms. Post?
No questions.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion by Dr. Moore to approve. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. Dr. Sutton? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right.
Next is Bauxite Minor Academy. Bauxite Minor Academy submitted an amendment request for digital learning program to increase the enrollment count from 250 to 300 and the addition of grades K through 5 to their charter. The school will offer instruction in both asynchronous and synchronous formats, with grade K through 6 being offered virtually and grades 7-12 in a blended model. Their charter expires in 2023, and I was just reminded to remind the board that you are voting to whether or not
Yes.
to review or not review.
Review or not review, yes. Sorry, that was my fault. All right.
And I apologize. Leanne Pinkerton is on the Zoom from Bauxite School District.
Welcome, Ms. Pinkerton.
Thank you.
Do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
No, we just appreciate you listening to us again today. We hope that you don't review.
All right. Okay. We will definitely take that into consideration.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see if any of the board has any questions. Ms. Dean?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Post? Mr. Sutton? Ms. Woods? Anyone over here have questions? No? Okay. No questions. We are ready for a motion then. And I think you heard what the district would like, so you know the motion.
Move to not review.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Woods not to review. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Any opposed? Did you get that one? Okay. All right. So we can move on to Cabot.
Yes, ma'am. The next item that you'll be deciding whether to review or not review is the amendment for Cabot Academic Center for Excellence. The Cabot Academic Center for Excellence submitted an amendment for digital learning program in grades 7 through 12. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction with virtual and blended options through the use of an approved digital provider. The application was reviewed by the DESE team, and the Cabot Academic Center for Excellence also requested an amendment to relocate their existing campus and increase the enrollment cap to 2,500. Their charter expires in 2022, and Aaron Randolph, the executive director of the Cabot of the program at the Cabot School District, is here in person if you have any questions.
Okay. All right. You want to come forward? Well, we can put a face with a name. Or almost a face with a name, I guess. Okay. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
Do you have anything that you want to say or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I would ask that we not review this, and so that we can open up and get ready to roll next week.
Okay. All right. So we'll see if any of the board members have any questions. Any questions over here on this side? Any questions over here? Okay, all right.
That was good, I think.
Yes.
I thought it was a really good plan, and I did like the part of the plan that you've talked about is your students fall below the 70% and your plan to move them forward. I thought that was pretty extensive, and I appreciate all the explanation that went into that.
Thank you.
I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that or.
Well, I would say, Mrs. McFetridge, we learned a lot last year with digital learning. And so that was one of the things I think we would talk to educators across the state. That was a struggle, was trying to find those students and keep them plugged in. And so the ability to kind of move that into our charter and have a little bit more accountability and have people on staff that can support them and have that time and location was pretty important for us.
Good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here today, too.
Yes, thank you. Any questions or comments online? Ms. Post or Ms. Steen?
No questions. No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so we are ready for a motion. To review or not review?
I'll make a motion not to review the Cabot Academic Center for Excellence.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. McFetridge.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Arkansas Arts Academy?
I'm sorry.
Am I on the wrong one? Did I skip one?
You did not. That's it.
Okay.
Arkansas Arts Academy, they submitted an amendment request for digital learning program at the Arkansas Arts Academy Elementary, grades K through 6, and Arkansas Arts Academy High School, grades 7 through 12. The elementary will offer both asynchronous and synchronous instruction in a virtual environment through a learning management system. Arkansas Arts Academy High School will offer asynchronous instruction virtually through an LMS. The charter expires in June of 2028. The charter authorizing panel approved the digital learning programs for 3 years. And I don't know if Mary Lay is online or not. I did not hear back from her.
Do we have anyone online from Arkansas Arts Academy? Okay. So, does anyone have a question maybe for Mr. Johnson and he could pass it on if they're not online?
I had a question about their class size waiver. It looks like, or it appears to look like, that their kindergarten is 25 to 1, first through third is 30 to 1, fourth through sixth is 35 to 1, but their high school students is 30 to 1. So it just seemed odd to me that they would have less students in a high school class than an elementary class size. And I was hoping they could talk about that.
I do think that Dr. Roberts, who is the new superintendent, is on the Zoom, so
Okay.
I bet she can answer that for you.
Okay. Dr. Roberts, welcome. Did
Thank you.
Did you hear the question?
I did. So your concern is the class size for the high school?
Actually, the elementary, K through 6, the teacher to student ratio seemed higher than it did at the high school level.
Their current ratio for our digital enrollment is really low. We're at 20 students K through 6 right now. So we don't anticipate meeting that class size per grade level. The class sizes themselves, physically, they're at about 22 to 23.
Okay. But that isn't what your waiver request was, or am I wrong?
I think the waiver request is to go up to that number per grade level digitally if we reach that. Currently, we're not close.
How would you support that if you did go up to those numbers? Because that seems really high to me.
We have a digital teacher, so that's going to be managed by a digital teacher. We also, the classroom teachers are doing their asynchronous instructions through the Google Meets and using the Google Drive to load up their videos, and then they're reaching out to the students if needed. But we have a digital teacher that manages the online learning.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? What about Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
All right, so our motion would be to review or not review for Arkansas Arts Academy.
Not to review.
Okay, motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Dr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Batesville.
Yes.
Congratulations, Dr. Roberts. I'm sorry. Thank you for
Thank you.
joining us.
Thank you.
Batesville High School Charter submitted an amendment for digital learning program in grades 9 through 12. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction with virtual and blended options through the use of an approved digital provider. The application was reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter expires in June of 2026, and the charter authorizing panel approved the digital learning plan as submitted for 3 years.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Dr. Hester, I did not hear back from him, superintendent of Batesville, so I'm not sure who is.
Is there someone online from Batesville? Okay, I don't see anyone. If the board has a question, maybe we can pass that on. Any questions on this side, on the Batesville plan? Over here? Online? Ms. Post, Ms. Dean?
No questions.
Dr. Moore, I
I
didn't
would
mean to
say
skip over you, I'm sorry.
No. If they were here, I would ask a little bit more further about their asynchronous learning plans at the high school, but I'm okay.
Do you want to see if,
I won't hold it up, so.
okay, all right.
I can try to get someone online if you would
You
prefer.
want to just, we'll come back to this one later? We'll
I'll
just come back to this one, and
okay.
we'll try to get somebody
I
online.
know several districts had meetings
Sure.
scheduled today, and I've had a list of 6 that I had to call or text to
Right.
give them agenda updates, so
Right.
it may be.
We understand that this is the middle of PD, teacher back to school, and so we understand. So we'll just put Batesville on hold for a little bit, and we'll come back to
Okay.
them when you let us know that they're online. Okay? So we'll mark that one to come back.
Next one, Cave City.
Okay?
You ready for that one?
Yes.
Okay, they submitted both campuses submitted on the same digital learning program application. So they submitted an amendment for Cave City Middle School, Career and Collegiate Preparatory, which are grades 6 through 8, and Cave City High School, Career and Collegiate Preparatory, which are grades 9 through 12. Both campuses will offer synchronous instruction virtually through a learning management system. Utilizing licensed district staff, the application was reviewed by the DESE team. Both charters expire in June of 2026, and the charter authorizing panel approved both digital learning programs for 3 years. And Dr. Cheryl Bell is on the Zoom if you have any questions.
Welcome, Dr. Bell.
Thank you.
Do you have anything?
Thank you for your time. Yeah, I was just going to say thank you for your time today. We appreciate you guys looking through these and giving us feedback. And we just ask for your approval today.
Okay, all right. We'll see if we have any questions from the board. Anyone on this side? Okay, over here.
Yes, I do, which a lot of them today are requiring teachers to play that dual role of in-person and online. Will this be done during the same class period? And is this what y'all did last year?
Yeah, last year we did not have that synced for the teachers. So they may have had an online or virtual student in a class period every period of the day. But this year we did learn from that because that was really tough on the teachers. So we're doing our best to, and right now we have it lined up this way, but the virtual students would be in one class period. So the teachers only have to do a Google Meet or a Zoom 1 hour a day instead of multiple hours per day. So we're working really hard to keep that intact for our teachers as support for them coming up on this year. It may not work out that way, given our numbers, they're increasing right now, but as of today, we have it set up that way for our teachers.
That's great. That I know that was a hard last year, and I hope that y'all can take those lessons learned and work that this year.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Dean
No questions at this time, thanks.
and Ms. Post.
Yes, I was wondering about the virtual tutoring that was offered at the end of the day. Did that happen last year as well? And if so, how was the participation?
Yes, we did offer that last year, and I would say it was fairly successful. We would have 5 or 6 students each day that logged in for that, and sometimes it was students who actually were on campus that they rode a bus, and so they couldn't stay for in-person tutoring, so they would get online when they got home. We also had some of our athletes that were on campus, but they had practice after school, so it benefited more than just our virtual students. So our numbers were higher than what we expected for that virtual tutoring, but some of that included students who were actually on campus that took advantage of that tutoring option that we had in place. So we are continuing that this year, and we'll encourage students, all students, to participate. It's available for all of our students, not just virtual.
I was just happy to see that that was available to students in that later part of the day when they're finished with their regular day.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That sounds like.
Thank you for that question.
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question, Ms. Post, because that sounds like a success story that came out of all the stress of the pandemic that we need to share. That the possibility for virtual tutoring after school is not just for virtual kids, but it's for all kids.
Right.
And I think that's, one of the things we want to do is try to close the gap and close learning loss, and that would be a great way to address some of those concerns. So thank you for sharing that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, our motion is to review or not to review Cave City.
Motion not to review.
Motion by Mr. Sutton, seconded by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Ms. Bell.
Thank you so much.
Batesville's on now.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
what
we're going to move back to Batesville.
Yes. That's what I was going to say, Madam Chair. I just saw Dr. Hester is online now.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Hester.
Great to be with you. I've also have my assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, Mrs. Jennifer Douglas, here as well. So she's over here to my left, so I'll put her on camera if we need, but you'll hear her speak as well.
Okay, so we thank you for making the time for us. I know it's a very busy time of the year with teachers and getting ready to open school on Monday. But we do have one question for you on your plan. Dr. Moore.
Yes, I noticed for the 9 through 12, there are 3 different models, with asynchronous being one of them. There you go. Sorry. I noticed for your high school, there are 3 different models, with asynchronous being one of them. Will students opt into these models, and how much interaction will students have with, or the ability to interact with teachers in that asynchronous route?
So yes, they opt into those models. We have a sign-up form where they converse with the counselors, and all of our students are assigned a mentor. And so the mentor, and as well as our PBA director, check in on those students regularly with the complete asynchronous model. More than once, a week, they check with them several times throughout the week to make sure they're making progress and to arrange tutoring when needed for our students who choose completely asynchronous. The vast majority of our students choose the remote option so that they can actually have a high school schedule and they actually receive instruction from their teachers daily.
And is this how y'all did it this past year?
Yes, ma'am, it is. This is just a replica of how we did it last year, but we did increase the parameters. Last year, we tried to be really flexible with COVID and allow parents to move back and forth, weekly or daily. This coming year, we have set parameters so that they can only change it 9 weeks or semester because that was our teacher's request, and it was just too difficult to have kids in and out. And so we listened to our faculty, and we still want to offer that flexibility for COVID, but we do want to make it easier on our teachers so students can only transition from in-person to virtual every 9 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a quick question on the remote. How many students and how many teachers are doing remote? Because I'm assuming that involves simultaneously having a classroom in person and then having that student or students remote.
Last year it was almost half of our high school, so roughly about 450 out of 900 students. This year it's significantly less than that. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it's I know K-5, I went from about 200 last year to 29 this year, and I know my 612 numbers are significantly lower. I can look those up and email them to you, but all of our teachers may have some remote students because we just don't have the faculty to support having 100% remote teachers versus 100% on site. But our teachers, we're all on board with this, so that gives those students flexibility to log in from home and not have loss of learning when they can.
And I might add, this is our 4th year of that. We've had Chromebooks in our secondary 6 through 12. We've been 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, that we've had Google Classroom using the Google Suite. So Google Classroom, this was not an anomaly for us to start. We were ready day one that it was announced to go because we'd had 3 years of practice of using Google Classroom, all those remote tools. And so for us, it basically just put anybody who doubted that these tools were important, it just brought everybody on board how important it was. So for our staff, we even pay for Google certifications, and we've got over 100 staff people are Google certified to the second certificate. And so our staff, I mean, we just rolled with this thing. So this is not just put on us and all of a sudden we're trying to scramble to figure this out. This actually made us all look real smart with our Chromebook initiative and all these things that we were doing for the past 3 years that we were able to transition pretty quick.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would add, I double checked our numbers. Our remote numbers right now are 83 out of approximately 930 students that will be accessing remotely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Dr. Rankin?
I did, since I have you all online. I was just curious, on page 15 of your application, you were talking about monitoring and evaluation, and I loved the richness of this with summative assessments and growth assessments, comparative evaluations and data coming in with student achievement. Are you also considering, and it may be in here somewhere else, but I didn't see it, are you also considering surveys to the parents, the teachers, and the students for that quick feedback loop of how this is going in the midst of operation?
Yes, ma'am, we do, and we have, we implement the schools model here, so we have a pretty robust stakeholder team, and we do comprehensive needs assessments and surveys annually, and our community schools model coordinator helps coordinate that, as well as Dr. Hester, I guess last year, or maybe even annually, we've done a climate survey with the staff, and so we try to survey our staff and community, all of our stakeholders. We do try to survey and get feedback regularly, whether it's from Pioneer Virtual Academy or other components of our charter or things that our district's implementing. So we try to get feedback from community, parents, and students and staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. I think then we were ready for a motion on Batesville to either review or not review.
I'll make a motion not to review.
Okay, and we have a motion from Dr. Rankin not to review. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. Hester. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So are we at Cross County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Cross County Elementary submitted an amendment for a digital learning program in grades 3 through 6. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction virtually through the use of an approved digital provider. The application was reviewed by the DESE team. The charter expires in June of 2022. I believe Nathan Morris should be on.
No. I see.
Jessica Stacy, principal of Cross County Elementary. I'm here to represent us.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything that you'd like to share?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll see if we have any questions from the board. Any questions over here?
Just for 1 year. Am I reading that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for the 1 year, okay.
Okay. Over here? Online, Ms. Steiner, Ms. Post?
No questions.
No, ma'am.
All right. With no questions, we are ready for a motion. Okay, we have a motion not to review Cross County. Seconded, motion by Ms. McFetridge, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We have another Cross County. I guess we should.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, theirs were submitted on separate applications.
Okay.
The next is Cross County High School. Submitted an amendment for digital learning program in grades 7 through 12. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction virtually through the use of an approved digital provider. Application was reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter expires in June of 2026. So the charter authorizing panel approved the digital learning program for 3 years.
Okay. Is there some?
Yes, and Mr. Prince is on.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Stephen Prince, high school principal.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Prince. You have anything that you'd like to share?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll see if we have questions from the board. Online, Ms. Steiner, Ms. Post?
I do. I'm super curious. Mr. Prince, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm an expert facilitator for the New Tech Network. In a former life, I can't do that now. How are you facilitating project-based learning with online students?
Yeah, so we are actually using Virtual Arkansas as our provider. So it will be their curriculum and their teachers. And we actually only have 3 students who have signed an agreement this week for virtual learning. So the rest of our students will be in person.
Okay, thank you. All right, over here, any questions? Over here? Okay, I don't see any more questions. Ready for a motion?
Who's not, make a motion to not review Cross County?
Okay, we have a motion to not review by Ms. McFetridge for Cross County High School. Do we have a second? Okay, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Prince.
Thank you.
All right. Friendship Aspire?
Yes, ma'am. Next is Friendship Aspire Pine Bluff. They submitted an amendment for digital learning program, grades K through 5. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction virtually through the use of an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. The application was reviewed by the DESE team, and their charter expires in 2023. And their superintendent, Mr. Tran, is on the call.
Welcome, Mr. Tran. Do you have anything you would like to share?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Any questions over here? Either side? Okay, Ms. McFettridge.
I noticed you have teachers that will be in a dual role, teaching both virtually and in person at the same time. Can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So what we have is we have a camera in the classroom that allows synchronous learning. So while the teacher is teaching to the class as well, so the students at home can actually see what's going on in the classroom. But at the same time, we're going to have a paraprofessional that's going to be sitting by the computer to answer any questions that they may have as well.
Okay, and then you're also asking for a teacher load not to exceed 150 students. Can you also talk to us about that? And your class size really is what I'm asking about.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
How
that's
you're going to support your teachers?
that we're not going to get 150 or so odd students. That was I think the max limit that was allowed. But in the classroom, at this moment in time, we've got about 20 kids per teacher anyway. And especially coming on this year, we haven't had any very minimal numbers of students selecting the virtual option.
Do you know what your numbers are today?
I haven't heard recently from my principals, but the last time I was told, I think it was in Pine Bluff. Again, I could be mistaken, about between 4 to 8 students.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions online?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we are ready for a motion. Review or not review?
I'll make the motion not to review.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. McFettridge to not review. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, I think I heard Mr. Sutton first. Second by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tran, for joining us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Hot Springs.
Yes. Hot Springs World Class High School and Junior Academy submitted an amendment request. Hot Springs World Class High School is grades 10 through 12, and Hot Springs Junior Academy are grades 7 through 8. Both campuses will offer asynchronous instruction virtually through an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. The application was reviewed by the DESE team. Hot Springs World Class High School charter expires in June of 2026, and the Hot Springs Junior Academy charter expires in June of 2022. So the charter authorizing panel approved the digital learning program for Hot Springs Junior Academy until the charter expires in 1 year. And then the charter authorizing panel approved Hot Springs World Class High School for 3 years. And Taryn Eccles is on the Zoom from the district if you have any questions.
Welcome, Ms. Eccles. Do you have something that you would like to share?
No, ma'am. I don't have anything I would like to share.
Okay, we'll see if we have someone that wants to ask a question over here
Yes,
on
ma'am.
this side. Okay, go ahead.
I noticed you have bi-monthly check-ins. Can you talk to us about that? To me, that seems awfully far, a long time to go without really checking in on a student.
Well, the check-ins, we have 1-minute check-ins that our counselors are going to do, and then the bi-monthly check-ins are just with our coordinator. So they actually will have access and check-ins with their teachers daily. That bi-monthly check-in is with the Trojan Virtual Academy coordinator, and then our school counselor, we have one per building that is going to be responsible for our virtual students. At the time when we did our first kind of rollout of virtual, we only had 19 students that were accepted into the program. We reopened that up as the cases started to increase because we started getting some feedback from our families. And so right now, as of today, I have 60 7th through 12th grade who have been approved for virtual learning for the fall. So those check-ins will be daily, just with the coordinator and the teacher and the family. Those are bi-monthly. So we have a coordinator who works with me at the district level, principal, and then our building principal, our school counselors, and then the teachers that have those blocks in their schedule with no in-person students are just for their check-ins for their virtual students. So we schedule teachers' time with no students in person to make sure that they weren't doing a dual role.
Thank you, that sounds great. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on this side? Over here?
What, what are you doing with the ninth graders? It's grades 7 and 8 and 10 to 12.
Our junior academy is grades 7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
So get that corrected.
Okay. So this amendment would be covered ninth grade then also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Ms. Dean or Ms. Post, either one of you have a question?
No questions, thank you.
No questions. I just appreciated that you have the counselors checking in with your students.
Yes, ma'am. That's very important to us, and we have the right ones doing this role.
All right, good. Okay, sounds like we're ready for a motion to either review or not review.
Motion not to review?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton to not review. Seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Eccles.
Sorry, my phone is ringing. Yes, ma'am. Thank you all. Have a great day.
You too. All right, North Little Rock.
In North Little Rock Center of Excellence submitted an amendment for digital learning program for grades 9 through 12. School will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction delivered virtually through the use of an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. Their application was reviewed by the DESE staff, and the charter expires in June of 2022. And I'm not sure who is on. I'm not sure I see everyone on this, everyone that's on the call.
Is there someone on the call from North Little Rock?
I thought Dr. Pelusi was going to be on, but
Okay, we'll see if we have any questions about North Little Rock, and if we do, we'll pull it and pull it later. Any questions over here for North Little Rock? Okay, over here. Online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No, ma'am.
I'm a little curious when they are requesting waivers on time and students are able to show mastery in a shortened amount of time, like how that's happening.
Okay, so why don't we save North Little Rock until we can get someone online then, and we'll come back to this one in a few minutes. Okay, so we'll move on to Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy.
okay. Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy submitted an amendment for digital learning program for the Northwest Arkansas Classic Academy High and West Little Rock Classical campuses. Both campuses are 7 through 12. Schools will offer asynchronous instruction in a virtual format through an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. The application was reviewed by the DESE team. The charter expires in June of 2028, and the charter authorizing panel approved the digital learning program for 3 years. On the Zoom, you have Susan Provenza, Curtis Shack, and Steve Gass.
Welcome, everyone. Do you have anything that you would like to share?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll see if we have questions. Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, any questions, Mr. Sutton? Okay, Ms. Woods? Okay, over here, any questions? Online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No questions.
Okay, all right, so sounds like we're ready for a motion to review or not review Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy.
I move not to review.
Motion by Dr. Rankin.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks so much. Y'all have.
All right. Prairie Grove.
Okay, Prairie Grove Charter High School submitted an amendment for digital learning program for grades 9 through 12. The school will offer asynchronous instruction virtually through an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. Application was reviewed by the DESE team and their charter expires in June of 2022. Pete Jenks should be on the call. He was there, one of the districts that had meetings all day, and I sent him a text.
Is there someone from Prairie Grove on?
There's Pete Jenks, but he's muted. He is online. He may not be listening.
Okay. All right. My husband mutes me quite often. All right. Let's see if we have any questions. All right. Over here, any questions? Over here? Online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We don't have any questions. So this is Prairie Grove to review or not review. Have a motion by Ms. McFetters not to review. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
There he is.
There he is. Congratulations, Mr. Jenks. Thank you for joining us. All right. Premier High School. And then there's two. There's a Premier High School in Little Rock, and then the next one is Premier High School in North Little Rock.
Yes. So Premier High School Little Rock submitted an amendment for digital learning program in grades 9 through 12. The school will offer asynchronous instruction virtually through the use of approved digital provider and licensed district staff. The application was reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter expires in June of 2023. And Premier Little Rock, we should have Dennis Felton, Curtis Shack, and Steve Gast online.
Have someone from Premier Little Rock on? We'll see if we have questions, and then we'll see what we need to do. Questions online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No questions.
No questions.
Over here, any questions? Okay, then we are ready for a motion for Premier High School Little Rock. Okay, have a motion by Ms. Woods not to review, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then we'll move on. Premier North Little Rock.
Okay, Premier North Little Rock submitted an amendment for digital learning program, grades 9 through 12. School will offer asynchronous instruction virtually through the use of an approved digital provider. Application was reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter expires in June of 2024, and this should be the same people online.
Okay. We'll see if we have questions. Premier North Little Rock online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post, either one of you have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay, over here, anyone have questions? Okay, then we're ready for a motion. Okay, a motion by Ms. Woods not to review. Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Jenks, I don't know if you heard us a while ago, but we approved your digital learning program for Prairie Grove. So if you've got other things that you need to do, just feel free.
Well, timing's everything. Thank you very much. Sorry to not be there at the right time. I apologize.
No problem. We appreciate your hard work.
Well, thank you for all you do as well. Have a good day.
You too. All right. Scholar Made Achievement Place.
Yes, Scholar Made Achievement Place of Arkansas submitted an amendment for digital learning program, grades K through 9 for all campuses. The school will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction in a blended format through the use of an approved digital provider. Application was reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter expires in 2023, and Brad Burrell is online if you have any questions.
Welcome, Mr. Burrell. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Good afternoon, everyone. No, ma'am, not at this time.
All right. right, we'll see if we have questions for you. Questions over here, either side, online, Ms. Dean or Ms. Post?
No questions.
No questions. I just applaud that you are giving your teachers some support with all of this.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. COVID taught us a lot, and you know, it's important that we stay flexible and viable so that we can meet everybody's needs, because there's still a lot of stress out there with families, and just to ease the stress for families and for teachers, it just helps the whole learning community and helps all of us grow together.
The additional paraprofessional support is great.
Yes, ma'am, and we pride ourselves on providing a ton of additional training and support for everybody.
Absolutely, that is, any support you can give teachers is wonderful. All right, so sounds like we're ready for a motion for Scholar Made Achievement Place. Okay, we have a motion not to review by Ms. McFetridge. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then we had said we were going to come back to North Little Rock. Is there someone online from North Little Rock? I'm sorry, Mr. Burrow, thank you for joining us and congratulations.
All right, thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
You too. I get in too big a hurry. All right, North Little Rock, is there someone online now from North Little Rock? Okay, I think that's the last charter. Why don't we're going to take a break anyway, and we'll see if when we come back from break if they are on the line then.
I'll try to get in touch with them.
Yeah, we're going to take you want a 10 or 15 minute break? Move around a little bit? Okay, all right. That sound good? Okay, so how about at 10 till? Okay, 10 to 4, we'll be back online.
Thank you.
if we can. I don't think we're able to get anyone from North Little Rock on the line, so I think we'll either decide to review or not review at this point on North Little Rock, because I think they need an answer because school starts Monday.
Newton, that's fine. That was more of a generic question from
Okay.
me, so it's perfectly fine.
Okay, all right, so we're back to North Little Rock Charter, a motion to either review or not review.
Motion not to review.
Have a motion by Mr. Sutton to not review,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so we approved North Little Rock, and that was the last of our charters. So now we're going to move on. Ms. Kaufman's got the digital learning plans.
Thank you. We have Act 1240 digital learning applications and waivers. I present to you in batch 4 amendments and 3 new digital learning plans. Are there any that you want to pull out?
Those are Bearden, Bismarck, Clinton, South Conway, Brinkley, and I thought there was Benton and Rosebud.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any of those that you would like to pull out? Doesn't sound like it.
We'll accept a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve those digital learning plans?
I'll make that motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are expedited.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you all so much.
all right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, now we have the digital learning contingency plans.
You guys have reviewed a lot of digital learning plans, but we also had lots of schools who didn't submit for K-12. Maybe they just submitted for 9-12 or K-8. And we also had schools who originally did not submit a digital learning plan who, because of the rising amount of cases, now would like to submit a plan. Because those plans can't be reviewed before the first day of school, which is Monday, we are trying to do this digital learning contingency plan, which would involve the board granting waivers of physical attendance to allow a virtual program, clock hours for 9-12 only to allow for asynchronous learning, and recess for elementary students. All of these school districts would have to follow mandated class size, teaching load, and instructional time, and have signed a form that says they agree to submit a full digital learning plan to the department by September 1st. And if they do not submit the plan by September 1st, the waivers will automatically expire. If they do, the waivers will continue until such time that you review their digital learning plan. In addition to the ones that are on the agenda, there were 4 schools that submitted a form after the agenda was published. Those schools are Marvel Lane, Alma, Beebe, and Lakeside in Chico County. If you would consider those 2, I have copies of the forms if you need to see them, but they're the same as the forms that are on the, actually on the agenda. So we can hear them all together. They're uploaded all together rather than go through so many of them. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'd like to add to what Mary Claire was saying, just as a reminder, and not for y'all because y'all lived it, but really, you know, we have a lot of people that listen to these meetings, and they may wonder, you know, a little more, wonder about having a little more context about these. And if y'all will remember, we started talking about what digital learning needed to look like back in January. And thinking about what happened between January and May, we saw the continued decline in the number of cases. We saw the cases, hospitalizations, everything getting to that point where everyone was more relaxed. And in thinking about their current year and what digital looked like there for their students, they really felt, strongly that they did not want to have digital, digital programs going into the 21-22 school year. thinking of the timing of when things started ramping up. And, you know, even as recent as we completed the review of all the original digital learning plans that had been submitted, it was even a couple weeks after that where districts really didn't think they were going to need anything. As the cases started going up, more parents started, who didn't think they were going to need digital learning, started demanding digital learning. All right, so that's the context for this. And I know this is a big ask, but I'm very, I'm proud of our team because they looked at this and they determined, okay, what are the basics that a district would need or a school might need to get something going for the beginning of the school year to meet the demand and not compromise on the standards. I think what you see here today is a great reflection of that work and a reflection of what you all have been asking over the last several months when you have reviewed and questioned the digital learning plans. So you see there are certain things we stayed away from. Districts understand that. I think at this point, those that have submitted are happy to have this opportunity, a second chance, if you will, to come back and be able to meet the needs of parents and students in what has become a very untenable situation in many of our communities. So your consideration is appreciated. And again, I wanted to say that and again brag on all of our team that had a hand in putting this together.
They have worked above and beyond these last few months getting the original digital learning plans, but then just to even think about where we started with a digital learning plan and what they looked like when we started getting through, the plans just got better that we read them. So we appreciate their work and diligence in there. So I guess we are ready for a motion. Well, I didn't give you a chance to discuss. I'm sorry. So let's give you a chance to do that. Dr. Moore?
I do have a few questions. So when we're looking at these waivers specifically, are we talking at, there's two types of ways we're going to be virtual. It's that you might sign up to be virtual for a semester or for a school year, or when a district has to pivot because of COVID cases and do the AMI. Do these deal with that pivoting at all, or are these just for the full-time virtual students that you would have?
So these waivers are intended to be for those that are going to participate in a full-time learning option. And I say full-time, but you know that's they're making that the parents and students are making that decision to be a full-time virtual student for at least a long period of time.
Okay. One of my main concerns last year was districts that decreased instead of doing 5 days, they did 3 days in person or 4 days in person. Is this going? Are we giving waivers that will allow that this year?
No, not under this process here. This process here is strictly around a digital learning program that is an instructional option for students. Currently, there's really not a mechanism to enact the same waivers that were in place last year. There aren't just the blanket-wide waivers for the school day. And I remember this time last year when we came and asked you all to support kind of that broad list of waivers for all districts, and it was hard. I remember Ms. Woods, it was probably her first meeting and first impression of me, and she had a lot of concerns, and all of your concerns, we heard them, and we did work a lot with districts through the course of the year. It was the stresses that were on teachers who were doing two types of jobs at the same time. Those were the reasons why we knew that we did have to allow as much flexibility as possible for schools, and so some of them did choose to do the shortened days, whether it might be an early out or a virtual day. And I think that's why Secretary Key started out at the end of the year. That's why a lot of districts didn't immediately jump on board with let's have a digital learning option, because they felt like it was not best for all students. And I think they're still saying it's not best for all students, which is why we want these narrowly tailored programs. But to address your concerns, what we're asking for here This is not the process that would be in place for all schools. By law, school districts have a 6-hour instructional day. Our standards for accreditation require 178 days of teacher-student interaction, and we all realize that in many cases last year, in order to try to address things, we lost learning time, and we're trying to put steps in place to minimize that this year. So if a school district cannot be on site, or if a school within a district cannot be on site for the majority of their teachers and students, it would be an alternate method of instruction day, which is also allowed by law. So everything, we're putting in place are structures that are allowed in law. Districts also have to have 5 makeup days built into their calendar. And if we get into a situation where we have a significant number of districts or schools that are having to use their AMI days and their makeup days, we may have to come back and problem solve and figure out what happens next. But I think we all realize that last year's flexibility took a toll on learning in our state, and I'm very proud of the work that was done, but we don't want to just give up right now and say that that's the way it's going to continue to be.
Dr. Pfeffer, can you explain to me the difference on an AMI? Because to me, in my mind, AMI is going to be a whole school or a whole district goes home. But so many times last year, we had a classroom that would go home, or a section. How would that be worked out at the school level and district level?
So, and we actually have a presentation to share with you, and we actually have it on the report agenda for tomorrow, but, and we'll go into more detail, but the way we're working it out is that if it's a classroom or, 4 or 5 classrooms within a school, maybe a grade level, that's a more limited response that a school would make, and so in essence, they're still having on-site instruction for the majority of their students. So we're looking at that as a limited response to positive COVID cases within the school. If it extends out to where the entire school is affected and has to be close to on-site instruction, that's when that school would have to use an AMI day. Okay. Or if it affected the whole district, depending on the size of the district and the sharing of resources, then the district and all of the buildings in the district would be using an AMI day.
So there is the potential to pivot just a few classrooms or
Yes.
whatever and not have to use an AMI.
Yes, and we're hoping that is that there's enough flexibility within the school itself for, a few classrooms, that the responses can stay targeted and limited. We don't know how it's going to be, how it's going to play out in schools, but that, that would be the best case scenario. So I think, again, that's where the encouragement for all eligible people to be vaccinated, first and foremost, and then all of the other mitigation strategies. Those are so important, and they're so important because doing those things are what are going to keep our kids in school.
Yes.
And if kids are not in school, we lose learning time. And, we've got to do all we can to limit the impact.
I'm going to ask, just because of timing of everything, is September 1st a reasonable date for these districts to have their plans in, or would it make sense to give them till the 15th of September? I'm just thinking they're all trying to get ready for school, and we're just
they initially submitted their intent to have a plan on the 1st of August, and I know the team has been connecting with co-ops, and I know yesterday Stacy was actually at a co-op talking them through what would be expected to be in those plans, kind of what those options are. So I may need some of our team that have had a little more direct interaction if to let you know if they're hearing from districts that the deadline's not doable. So
I think the beauty of it is they have a lot of other districts within their co-ops to model after. And so that should help expedite this group of schools that would be looking to apply.
And they've been watching you all, and I have had conversations with a few that have quoted you to say, I know so-and-so wants to, and so they've been paying attention.
Yeah, I know districts are good at borrowing what other districts are doing, and teachers have always been good at that too, so I can see that happening.
I did have a quick question. How many AMI days is a district allowed?
By law, this Commissioner of Education can grant up to 10. And so districts are submitting now their AMI plans, and our team has been reviewing those. I'm not sure if we have a status update on how many of those.
We have about 5 or 6 districts that have turned one in, about 9 charters.
Okay, so this group back here, they've been, in addition to the digital learning, they're now going through the AMI plans. So it sounds like we're getting almost everybody, and that deadline to submit AMI plans is Monday, okay, for AMI days. So we'll be reaching out. I think they're already reaching out to those individuals, yes. They're making phone calls to just say, hey, do you know that your plan's not in? So.
I think we've known throughout that we've talked about concerns with that dual role for teachers, and I worry that these districts are having to reshuffle things right now, right before school starts, and they're in a place where they were, hopefully not exactly like they were a year ago, where they're having to reshuffle quickly, but to some extent they are, because they weren't planning on doing it this year. Are you all helping districts strategize? Are they reaching out to are a lot of these going to be doing already existing programs, or are these going to be using their own teachers?
And so I can't speak for the majority of them, but the ones that I have talked to, they are rearranging, reassigning, doing everything that they can to, if they're going to implement a program, to dedicate staff to that. So I've talked to some that are hiring some additional folks. I've talked to some who actually, as they were making decisions early on, are looking at some of their more veteran staff to be kind of helping with that and using their federal funds in order to have some additional people to help dedicate to that time. And also you've got the co-ops. The co-ops are really doing all they can to expand the support that they were already planning to provide.
Have districts been able to share? Has there been time this summer where they've had time to share ideas such as after-school tutoring virtually? Things like that where they've been able to learn lessons from each other as we move forward?
So I know that through the, and I was just looking at it a while ago, the Professional Learning Network that has been set up, they actually have the scheduled calendar. I know that there have been grade level, our statewide guiding coalition has led grade level meetings, and they've been sharing best practices. To what degree there's been a lot of communication about that, I can't honestly say, and Secretary Key, you may have to help me out. I want to say that there have been at different places, different ones have talked about successful strategies.
Yeah, I would hope that can occur, not just from you all, but organically from the districts as well. I think we've said this a few times, but I do think that if you all continue to think about what an evaluation looks like, so in 1 year and in 3 years, we know a lot more about virtual education, what's working and what isn't.
So with our Team Digital, and we'll be sharing information with you soon, what we did is kind of reshaped the structure of Team Digital. They are now working directly with our Don Benton's team, and we hired a role of a digital learning coordinator, a state coordinator position, and it's Kirsten Wilson, and Kirsten is working with her team to do just what you're saying, to build out that very explicit structure piece, so that everyone really does understand what what a true blended model could be, and we've talked about the whole spectrum from fully on-site to fully virtual and what that looks like along a continuum. And also looking at what are those success measures, what are how do we know we're being effective with that? So I agree, I think building out that evaluation so that we really do know in the future how well we're doing.
And that change came about from the observations
Yes.
of over the last year.
Yes.
You know, where we saw where the support needs were, and Don created looking at creating a different model, not a different model, but really it's a better coordinated model.
We had pockets of support
Yeah.
in a lot of different places, but when you have pockets of support, you're either lacking or you're duplicating, or so this is really helping us to expand it out so that it is very coordinated.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Dean? Ms. Post?
No questions.
No questions.
I did have one question, Dr. Pfeffer. I know a lot of the contingency plans are probably going to maybe rely on co-op or some sort of existing plan that's already in place and just kind of piggyback along those. And one of the concerns that I had when we were doing the co-ops was some of the class size numbers and the student-teacher ratios being fairly high already. Do you know at co-op levels if they are working to maybe hire additional staff? How are they handling the influx?
I don't have details on that. I know they, like districts right now, would struggle to hire a significantly larger number of staff. I do, one piece we've not talked about, and we can probably get some additional information even before tomorrow when we talk a little bit more about all of these pieces together, is the online teaching academy that we sponsored through our ESSER funds this summer. I know that those numbers were maxed out, and so we've got quite a few teachers who were able to go through that online academy, and that may be something that we can also continue, so that if the districts are not able to hire more people, then they could at least know that their staff is getting the training and the skills built to really understand how teaching in a virtual environment can be different. I do know also that just our schools last year who have been part of the PLC pilot, they were able to adjust and flex much more easily when they came into situations where there were those interruptions and keep things moving more seamlessly. And so one of the things we'll get to talk about tomorrow is the expansion of the PLC project with a regional network. And those will be things that those networks will get to talk about. So I think we'll just have to keep going. But we can check on the co-ops and kind of how much flexing they're able to do right now.
And I guess if a co-op or a district had in their plan a certain ratio that they were going to abide by, then they would either not accept students over that amount, or they would hire another staff member, I guess, if that was already in the plan.
They would, and if they needed to adjust their plans because of the limits that they had started with, that's something they would bring back with the districts with these contingency waivers. Now, I do know that we have talked to a few districts where the co-ops are not able to expand, and so the district is looking at something that they're going to do a little bit different locally for the students who, they may have students in the co-op program, but they realize that they're going to have to use their own teachers in some ways.
Yeah, and I don't know which would be better, to let the co-op expand because they're already set up, or have a district try to do something on their own.
And I think it will depend, and we certainly can visit with the co-ops to see, what their plans are, if they're going to be changing much.
Yeah.
I do know that there are the resources out there to help provide high quality content to classroom teachers, so that maybe they're learning technology, but they're not having to create the appropriate content to really use well with technology. And so some of the adjustments that a district might make would be, for example, I know the Tri-Co-op Consortia, they were using their teachers and they were writing their own content, but they maybe could share the content with the districts to use with other staff members.
Right.
So
Okay.
those are some of the things that have been talked about.
Okay, good. All right, we're gonna have more on this tomorrow, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
and I think the presentation got uploaded underneath Secretary's report.
Okay.
So there's a couple of presentations there, and we may upload a couple more things tomorrow to share.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we are talking about the digital learning contingency plans, and if there are no more questions or comments, I think we're ready for a motion on these contingency plans.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Sutton to approve. A second from Ms. McFetrich. Do we have, I'm tired. All in favor? I can.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay, any new business? Okay, any public comments? No public comments? Would anyone like to adjourn? Mr. Sutton said a motion. Anyone want to second that?
Second.
All right, let's go home, I guess.